my connection now. A feeling in my soul. It's beyond the reach of most mere mortals. Take a stand. So remember, no surrender. My defining moment. I will stand up, overcome my past. This is different to the end.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. What? 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 What do you want? What? What? Oh my goodness. Bam 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 boo boo bee 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 bee. Man, oh man, dude. Subnaughty's been heating up. What's up, Tommy? What's up, Cream? Wait, does Meat Canyon stream? No way. Really? MVP level build that allows players to experience the core loot at a high level of quality. Current version of Subnaughty 2 is expected to deliver a certain level of performance based on its existing fandom, but is deemed to lack the level of polish and market impact required to drive IP growth and expansion. Oh, is dinner review? Oh my gosh. Developed Subnaughty 2, it is recommended to enhance the content volume and level of polish before launching so that it can appeal to a broader market from the EA release stage. So this was May. This is back in May, so 2 months ago. Crafton was saying, we want you to add a second region, 8 more creatures, 5 more biomes, 2 more chapters. Crane's content volume has been scaled down compared to the initial EA spec target, making it necessary to reassess the feasibility of the planned launch. Core Gardens, Coral Gardens. 2 biomes removed. 1 type of Leviathan removed. Fewer creatures. Tools and equipment decreased. Custom game mode removed. 1 narrative delayed. 6 hours of content cut. The complaint is under seal, so no info there yet. It's for breach of contract. I wonder if the contract was lay off. Don't tell us how to make the game. And this might have been a pride thing. Interesting. Man, who posts on Blue Sky, bro? Who does that? Who posts on Blue Sky? Internal milestone review conducted as part of the Subnaughty 2 project. I'm willing to bet money that Crafton leaked these slides. Just to save face. Guaranteed they're the ones that leaked this. Just because everyone was saying that they were the bad guy. Which, you know, it sounds like everybody's the bad guy in this case. Transparent communication is necessary and is chosen to confirm the authenticity of the document. These reviews help assess development progress, define clear objectives, and ensure that each project aligns with Crafton standards in both creativity and quality. So like, that's the question, right? Like, why is it Crafton's standards? I mean, realistically, you sell the company, that's what you get, but still. One of three? Two of three. What's happening? Just new Subnautica news. Borrow Relay? Is that their, the $25 TennoCon relay? Oh boy. Okay, so what does Damien say? Although BOG is an independent entity that funds and supports indie devs, Crafton is a major investor in the fund. First, I want to clarify that any devs receiving funding from BOG have no obligation to Crafton. Also, any capital we commit to founders is contractually secure. Why only Chinese players get to test Amon? La la. Who knows, bro? Who knows? Maybe Tencent's got their fingers in it. Tencent has their fingers in everything. I would like to encourage people to reserve final judgment until more information about this dispute comes to light. There appears to be pending litigation during which I may be able to be asked to testify. There are many details I cannot give out here. However, I can confidently say that this is not a case of a big corp screwing over a small, helpless indie team. At its core, this dispute is between a public company and 3 wealthy founders over an additional potential earnout. Come from the belief that postponing the game leaves the existing devs in a bad spot. I'm not sure why Crafton hasn't communicated this yet. But I would bet that they have fixed any negative impact to devs' bonuses formula stemming from changing the launch schedule. Many of the other narratives out there appear to be designed to incite public anger and bring the rest of the dev team into a mud fight, but are far from truth. And that's in the case where major decisions around game dev were made purely based on financial considerations. Term. Curiouser and curiouser. Bow da bow da bow. Bow, 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 bow. Curiouser and curiouser. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. Wow, well, let's chat about it, bro. Like, holy moly. What's up, Zisco? I'm kind of getting a bit of a clear understanding of what happened here. I'm not really sure what the breach of contract could be. Some people are theorizing that it is about the payout and the money, but it may not be. I mean, that could be part of it, but it may not be. I think what they're trying to say is like, hey, you can't tell us what to do. In fact, obviously, since they own the company, they absolutely can tell you what to do. So I don't know, dude. Yeah. It sounds like everybody's in the wrong here. You know? For different reasons. Bow, 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 bow. Just confusion, Ray? Yeah, pretty much. Even if you found it, so as soon as you need funding, you're selling your ability to say no. Exactly. Yeah, and it sounds like, at least from the new news that we're about to talk about, it sounds like that the founders didn't fully like digest that reality, that they don't have complete authority over what happens to the project, and it sounds like Krafton was asking them to change things. And they were saying, no, Subnautica is ours, you can't tell us what to do, except Krafton is their boss, so they absolutely can tell them what to do. And then they were, like, getting dismissive about it. And Krafton was like, okay, well, if you're not going to play ball, we're going to find someone who can. And they're like, well, you can't tell us what to do. And then Krafton's like, all right, see ya. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Peace out. Hey, it's Dry Bear. And the Subnautica 2 drama just keeps continuing every single day. We have new news, a little bit of details on what this lawsuit might be about, some details on what the internal review process was from Krafton going over Subnautica 2, and some really juicy details as well on why this drama is happening. So we're going to get caught up on everything that has happened over the last 24 hours for Subnautica 2 in this video. Is Mick also saying that it was just a bad relationship all around? The Mick Gordon thing is a little bit different. I'm actually not, I don't remember all the details of that situation, so it's hard for me to say. I think Mick Gordon definitely had some pride on the line, and it could be similar to how the founders of Subnaughty are reacting to this situation. You know, sometimes I think people, especially if they're creative, right? The more creative a person is, the more likely they are to like want to cut their arm off instead of, you know, fall in line, right? Like very passionate people tend to be willing to take extreme punishments in favor of giving up their own freedom and their own agency, right? The more creative you are, the more passionate you are, the less likely you are to fall in line and do what you're told. That's just how it goes. Why do people think there's so many spiritual successors? They imploded their access to the IP and have to do a new thing? True. Let's go Microsoft. Okay, so the first thing, all right? Let's begin with a super fast recap. I'm gonna do as fast as I can just because I know that this has been, like, the drama has been unfolding every couple hours for the last week or so, non-stop drama. So the very basic idea here is Subnaughty 2 was expected to launch in early access this year, and it was kind of hinted that it was gonna come out this summer. So we would normally be playing Subnaughty 2 early access right now. However, we had radio silence for a couple months, nothing was going on, and then we woke up and three of the C-suite, the executive level members of Unknown Worlds, were ejected from the company, and everyone was freaking out. Then a couple days after that, one of the fired founders came out and said that it wasn't amicable, that he's upset about it, it's not super great. Then we had silence again. Then Krafton, the publisher that owns Unknown Worlds, they bought Unknown Worlds in 2021. They put out a hit piece basically saying that the reason that they were outed is because the founders were not playing ball, they weren't doing what they were told, they weren't delivering on their timelines, and then they had to remove them in order to get someone in place that will actually get the game out to the customers. Then, after Krafton put that hit piece out, then right after that, we had the fired founders coming back and saying, hey, we are now filing a lawsuit against Krafton. We can't give you details why, but we're filing a lawsuit. And so there was this big question of he said, she said, who's in the wrong? What's going on with Subnaughty? Why are the founders fired? Why are they suing? Is Krafton in the wrong? Are the founders in the wrong? That's where we're caught up. So let's see what happened after that. You think it's partially just drama for exposure? No. No, this is not something you would do as a publicity stunt. This is definitely just human behavior, drama nonsense. Through and through. This is just humans being humans. Sapiens. Now on to the new news that we haven't covered yet. So this screenshot, it's not even a screenshot. Someone took their phone and took a picture of a computer screen, and this leaked online. I'm willing to bet money that Krafton leaked this. I don't think there would be any reason for the founders or Unknown Worlds to leak this. I'm pretty sure Krafton just, oops, accident. Oh, where'd this come from? I don't know. Whoop, ooh, I guess it's out there. So I'm pretty sure Krafton leaked this. But this is a phone capture of a screen of a document that was used as a milestone review for Subnaughty 2 2 months ago. So this was Krafton coming in and saying, hey, Unknown Worlds, we're looking at your game and we're not happy with where it is. We think that it's not far enough along. We think that it's going backwards, not forwards. And we think that you need to add substantially more to the game before you release to early access. So it sounds like, at least from what I've seen from the outside, that the founders of Unknown Worlds and the developers were wanting to launch Subnaughty 2 in an incomplete state this summer for early access so people could get their hands on it and start playing it and start giving feedback on it. And Krafton said, hey, this isn't good enough. You don't have enough content. There's not enough in the game. You need to make more. There's not enough polish. There's a level of polish and market impact required to drive IP growth and expansion. So Krafton's saying this is not good enough for early access. And to be fair, on the side of the developers here, this is always what Subnautica has done. Subnautica has started project, then a couple years into the project for Subnautica 1 and Below Zero, they launched it incomplete, and then people get their hands on it in early access. They test out the building mechanics, they test out the combat mechanics, the gathering mechanics, all of the mechanics that are in the game, and then over the course of several years, usually 1 to 3 years, they add more based on player feedback, and then eventually launch a 1.0 version. And I think Subnautica 2 was actually on course for that. It seems like timeline-wise, between the start of the project and the end, Subnautica 1 was 5 years, Subnautica Below Zero was 5 years, and Subnautica 2 would be about 5 years if it launched this year as well, or if it, released next year, around that timeline as well. So it doesn't seem like Subnautica 2 is far off from the other two projects that they have done for Subnautica. But Krafton is coming in saying that, hey, you don't really have much here, right? And also, it seems like, based on these screenshots, that the project had actually gone backwards, right? So they had, 20-30% of the game done last year in 2024, and then in 2025, they had 10% of the, they lost a biome, they lost a Leviathan, some creatures were missing, some of the game, the story content was removed, and Unknown Worlds was saying, hey, we want to launch now in a very incomplete state and see what the players think. And Krafton was saying, no, this isn't good enough. You have to raise the bar in order to get this game out into the public if you want to keep growing the IP and get people interested in the game. Pebble leaked it, it's Pebble! You can even see by this screenshot, right, you have before and after, Krafton saying, add another region, add more creatures, add another Leviathan that's fully polished, add more biomods, add more mining and automation, add more farming systems, add more core gameplay, add online account integration, add 2 additional chapters to the story, make the game a little bit more of a game before you kick it out to early access so that at least people have more to play with when they're jumping into it. And then Krafton goes on to say in this next screenshot that leaked, as a result, the scope and volume of content have been reduced or modified from the original plan, indicating the need to reassess the release timeline and roadmap. So basically, Krafton saying, you promised this much content in 2023 and 2024, and in 2025, it went down. You're not going up, you're not moving the project deadline closer and closer, you're going backwards, in retrograde, and Krafton wasn't happy with that. So Krafton highlights in this screen here, compared to Quarter 2 2023, 2 biomes are gone, so we lost 2 biomes internally. 1 type of Leviathan was removed, fewer creatures biomods, character customization feature is now removed from the game, the number of tools equipment went down, the additional vehicle is removed from the game, custom game mode is gone, and one of the narrative lines, storylines of the game, has been removed. So Krafton was saying, hey, we bought the company in 2021, you've been working on Subnautica 2, we've been watching the progress of Subnautica 2 go up and up and up, and then right before early access launch, Unknown Worlds said, hey, maybe these things aren't done yet, maybe we don't like these being in early access, we're going to pull a bunch of stuff out of the early access version, and in the internal review, Krafton's like, what the heck, you're going backwards, this isn't good. Now, to be fair, this has kind of been par for the course for Unknown Worlds. They've always done this. Most of their early access launches have been very bare bones in a lot of ways, or just not even representative of the final product. The example I give while we're covering this drama is that during the early access of Below Zero, they completely retconned almost the entire game. Like the storyline, the main character, like basically almost everything about Below Zero changed dramatically from the early access, the first version of early access, until 1.0 when Below Zero actually launched. So it seems like, you know, Unknown Worlds was just doing the Unknown Worlds thing. There's a lot of speculation of like, was this actually real? Was this an actual leak, or is this fake? You know, you never know what you can trust, especially with AI and everything. They have a timeline published, the revision? No. They just said 2026. That's all we've got. I can't zoom in on the blue sky. What the frick? So then Crafton comes out after this leaks and says, yep, that is true. The document that you have seen is accurate. So the two documents that we just saw from the phone screenshot, Crafton has confirmed officially that those are documents that Crafton had issued to Unknown World, saying you guys need to not go backwards in content, you have to go forwards in content, and that's what's going on, right? So Crafton says the document that has been circulated on social media and reported by various outlets is indeed part of an internal milestone review conducted as part of the Subnaughty 2 project. Portions of it have leaked and are now being widely shared. And I'm willing to bet money that Crafton leaked it. Like, obviously, Crafton was being painted as the evil villain. Everyone generally has a side against, you know, big corporations, so they don't like, you know, Crafton was getting slammed on a lot. So Crafton, to save face, probably accidentally leaked it. I'm guessing they did that because it's obviously in their favor. Obviously, on the side of Unknown Worlds, it probably wouldn't be in their favor to leak it. So all signs point to Crafton being the ones to leak this document. Anyway, then they say, given the circumstances, Crafton has determined that transparent communication is necessary, so they decide to confirm the document. The process is, so milestone reviews are conducted regularly in collaboration with Crafton's creative studios across all projects. These reviews help assess development progress, define clear objectives, and ensure that each project aligns with Crafton's standards in both creativity and quality. And this process is central to their process. Like, this is how they do things. They like to check in with the teams that they own, making sure they're making steady progress, and they're going to work towards a release, which is essentially what a producer/publisher role does. They make sure that, hey, kick the can down the road, like actually get the bird out of the nest, stop messing around, and ship the damn thing. And that's honestly, like, that's the mentality you're going to get from a very good producer or a publisher, saying, hey, stop messing around and release the damn game. Where was that? Where was I? Now, following that, we did get a confirmation that the lawsuit that's being filed against Crafton is for breach of contract. They didn't give us any details as to what that is, and honestly, we shouldn't expect any more details. Ongoing lawsuits are something that you never want to be talking about until it's finally done, until the arbitration is completed, the case is closed, and the parties are aligned and everything like that. You're not going to get much more. But the idea is that the original founders are suing Crafton for breach of contract. I guess Star Citizen has a bad publisher, or they don't have a publisher at all. That's why they keep messing around. So based on all that, here's my take on what I think happened. I think that Unknown Worlds sold their company in 2021, and they got a hefty, $500 million payout. I'm sure a lot of that went to the founders as well, and they made a lot of personal capital gains income off of this based on selling their company. However, they did sell majority control to their company, which means that they're no longer the bosses of Unknown Worlds. If Crafton wanted to, they could come in and say, hey, do this, do that, or else, right? So like they sold away their rights to own and direct their own company in 2021. So Unknown Worlds, it seemed like they were just doing what Unknown Worlds does. It doesn't seem like Subnautica 2, based on the internal reviews and the progress, was any different than Subnautica 1 or Subnautica Below Zero or any of their other projects that they like to do their creative process, get everything lined up, try to figure out what the game is going to be, then eventually get to like a very early version of the game, ship that in early access, get the players to put hands on it. Even if it's very basic, they can try out the building systems, they can test out the multiplayer and co-op, they can test out the vehicle and the Leviathan that's in there. And I think that most Subnautica fans would be happy with even just a 10% or 20% version of Subnautica 2 that didn't even have any story in it. They just want to swim around and build things and catch fish and fight Leviathans and whatever. Like, they just want to do that. And it sounds like Krafton came in like right before early access and saw that Unknown Worlds had dialed back some of the content. Either Unknown Worlds decided that, you know, some of the things that were in there they wanted to, you know, remove or change in the future, or they felt like they didn't want to test that in the early version of the early access. For whatever reason, it seemed like Unknown Worlds was going to launch a summer early access of Subnautica 2, let people play around with it, and Krafton wasn't happy with the level of content that was in the game, especially compared to the amount of content that had already been developed internally over the last 2 years, right? Krafton saw, hey, you have all this other content. You have multiple biomes, you have all these tools and items, you have these Leviathans and creatures. Why are you pulling all of this out of early access right before you launch? Like, it seems like that would be a bad idea. That wouldn't be good for the game or the IP, and it would make it so that the game would be less successful. And Unknown Worlds probably, I'm guessing, said, no, this is how we always do things. This is how we're gonna do it. Shut up and deal with it. And it sounds like they just had a classic Homo sapien human fight of like, hey, we want to pull this stuff out. Krafton's saying, no, put it in. And they just kind of butted heads. And it also sounds like that the two founders and the CEO for the company were saying, no, screw you. Subnautica is ours. We're going to do it the way we want to do it. And you can't do anything about it. Except in reality, they can. Krafton owns the company. They are the bosses of anyone in Unknown Worlds. And so as they fought back and forth and the founders and creators were saying like, no, we're not going to do it. You can't tell us what to do. And that went on and on and on for months. Eventually Krafton said, fine, you guys are out. Goodbye. And we're going to bring in a CEO that's actually going to push this game along the way we want it to be pushed along. And, you know, you could sit there and say that, you know, this shouldn't be the way that it is. Let the creators do whatever they want. But at the end of the day, they sold control of their company. They don't own majority control. Krafton can tell them what to do. And Krafton was telling them what to do, and they were refusing to do it. And if they're non-compliant in a company that Krafton owns, Krafton eventually says, okay, fine. If that's what you want, you're out. We're going to find someone who's actually going to move this project along in a way that we think is viable. Where you can release is how they review it for early, but Krafton wants more from early. Yeah. Yeah, some people didn't like Below Zero. I know that. If it was 5, it was 7. Yeah. Now that's not all. We had one of the you know high-ranking members of Krafton who had left 2 years ago. He has actually come out and made a statement based on this major drama as well. So let's go into that. So enters into Damian Lee. Damian Lee used to work at Krafton, and he was the head of the investment department. So basically, he was like the M&A, the merger acquisition, like the acquiring head of going around finding, you know, indie devs that Krafton could buy up and help support with their process, and, you know, identifying developers that are doing good work, making great games, and making sure that the money that Krafton invests is worthwhile. So this is a great person to add a kind of like different lens to this whole situation. So Damien says, I understand that the recent dispute between Krafton and the founders of Unknown Worlds is concerning to some in the Blue Ocean Games. If you don't know Blue Ocean Games is a small group of indie developers. So basically this is like kind of like a a Discord community or like a forum community of indie developers that come together. They talk about making their games, they give each other advice, and they help each other publish and jump through hoops with publishers. And, you know, he, I think, is the lead of it right now for Blue Ocean Games. So he's saying that, hey, this is mostly like to the Blue Ocean Games crew of like, hey, don't worry. I know like Krafton has a investor, like they are an investor in Blue Ocean Games for that standpoint. So I'm sure that the people that are working in Blue Ocean Games are saying, hey, Krafton has an investment in Blue Ocean Games. We're making indie games. Are they going to come in and start telling us how to make our games or try to shut us down or fire us from our own companies, whatever? So Damien's saying, no, don't worry. Krafton is a major investor in the fund for BOG. However, I want to clarify that indie devs in BOG are receiving funding from BOG, have no obligations to Krafton, and any capital we commit to founders in BOG is contractually secure. So he's just trying to calm the nerves of all the developers in Blue Ocean Games, saying, hey, I know Krafton's involved in this, but it's not going to be the same situation. Don't worry. Then he goes on to say that I would like to encourage people to reserve final judgment until more information about the dispute comes to light, which I think is the right approach. It sounds like that everyone's wrong here. Krafton's wrong, Charlie's wrong, Tim's wrong, like everybody's wrong, Unknown Worlds is wrong, everyone's wrong, and this is just a human drama situation where everyone has some part of the blame in this as well. And he's saying that, hey, just reserve judgment until we know what's going on. There appears to be pending litigation during which I might ask to be testified. So he's saying that because he was part of Krafton, he's going to be involved in this lawsuit most likely, and he doesn't want to say anything outwardly that might, you know, incriminate him or put him in a really weird spot, right? So don't worry about that. I can confidently say that this is not a case of big corp screwing over a small, helpless indie team. Now, color this however you want. This is someone from Krafton who's saying that Krafton is not the big bad evil here. So, you know, obviously the you know, it's Krafton saying Krafton's not a problem, but he's not there. So he's not work at Krafton anymore. He's not obligated to protect Krafton here anymore. At its core, this dispute is between a public company and 3 founders, which is true, right? I think a lot of this is over the earnout. It could be that this breach of contract is actually that, you know, Krafton was saying, hey, if you're not going to release with the level of quality and content that we want in Subnautica 2 for early access, then we're not going to give you the bonus we promised, even though they were contractually obligated to give the bonus. And so the founders were saying, hey, you can't do that. You promised our bonus. Just because the content isn't what you want, you can't take away our payout. So maybe that's what the contractual argument is over. Also, people are saying that maybe Krafton delayed the game just so they wouldn't have to make the payout. That also is a big rumor that's going on right now. A lot of the hate seems to come from belief that postponing the game leaves the existing devs in a bad spot. And he's actually convinced that Krafton has already fixed the negative impact. There are rumors that Krafton has offered a $25 million bonus to the just the actual like the core dev team for Unknown Worlds. There's rumor that Krafton has already offered $25 million as a bonus to them for getting Subnautica 2 out the door and down the line. Now that the people that are refusing to do what Krafton tells them to do are gone, they're hoping that the core dev team is going to kick it up a notch, add more biomes, add more creatures, add more content, and do what Krafton tells them to do. Bad guy saying we're not the bad guys. Well, he's ex-bad guy saying we're not the bad guys, but yeah, definitely. You know, pot calling the kettle black kind of situation. Meow, meow, meow. Now, he's saying that calling Krafton greedy also doesn't hold water if you look at how much they continue to fund indie founders, talking about, like, you know, obviously someone who is head of Blue Ocean Games, the group of indie developers that gets funding from Krafton to keep making games. The leader of that is going to say that Krafton is not greedy because they keep funding indie developers, because he's part of that, right? Like, he is part of the process of Krafton giving more indie developers money so they can keep making really cool games. And he also believes that the CEO of Krafton, Kim, himself was an indie dev for a while, so he knows what it's like. So obviously, you know, he's very much on the side of Krafton there. And again, Krafton could be very much in the right here overall. It could just be that the founders sold their company and went Pikachu face when the people that own their company are telling them what to do, and they are saying, no, we're not going to do what you tell us, we're going to do whatever we want because it's our company. And Krafton's like, no, you sold the company, it's not yours anymore. He also points out that since he left in 2023, apparently over the last 2 years, the relationship between Krafton and the founders has been getting worse and worse, right? And I think this is back to the fact that, you know, the founders might be prideful and saying, hey, we're not going to change what we do just because you tell us to. And Krafton's like, no, we have good evidence that says that you should do it this way. And the founders are saying, no, we're not going to. So that relationship is just getting worse and worse over time. But having been the head of investments for Krafton, he's saying that the goal of the process of selling is that the extra funding, the war chest of money, allows them to take more risks without having to worry about going, you know, belly up because they didn't make enough money on a project, and that they will allow them to make more games faster and more often over time, right? Having that parent company with funding says you can take risks, you can make more games, you can spend more time on the games and make a lot of games because the risk has been reduced because of that parent company. And that's kind of what he says is the process for that. He also confirms that the $500 million on purchase in 2021 was already paid, and the potential payout was based on a mutual understanding that the founders would stay on long-term, putting in their best efforts to create multiple new games and expand the existing IP. So it sounds like the contract for the purchase in 2021 was, hey, we're buying you and we're giving you $500 million. $500 million is going to your company. But in return, what we want you to do is we want you to stay involved in the projects, and we want you to do a lot of projects. We want you to take the Subnaughty IP and blow it wide open. We want mobile games and console games and PC games and spin-offs and multiplayer games and single-player games. Like, we want Subnaughty to be huge. We want it to be a worldwide phenomenon, right? And it sounds like the founders actually signed that document, took the money, but then had no intentions of actually doing that. They just wanted to keep doing what they were already doing, which was every 5 years they release a new Subnaughty that has new content in it and, you know, just is their indie developer style. Now, there's tons of evidence that you could look online. Like, if you look up the original founders and the ex-CEO of Unknown Worlds, you can see that they actually were working on new projects. Charlie had moved away from the headquarters city for Subnaughty and moved to a new city and started working on a new film project separate from Subnaughty. One of the other founders was working on a different game, and so they were not 100% nose to the grindstone focused on Subnaughty 2. Granted, at leadership level, you know, they're not the ones that are, you know, in the engine making content anyways. They're kind of overseeing it. So it's not like they're the ones that have change lists to submit and content to put in and packages to give to, you know, the artists and stuff like that. And it's not like they're part of the active development. So you could make an argument that they didn't need to be the ones that were there. But I guess Krafton was saying that the founders were not actually giving it their all. They were not, you know, hands-on with it. And they also weren't doing what their original buyout contract said, in that they weren't expanding the Subnaughty genre. They weren't Subnaughtying. They weren't expanding the Subnaughty IP to be multiple games, multiple different platforms, and a big, huge brand that Krafton wanted. So it sounds like realistically everyone's in the wrong here. Krafton is in the wrong because they kicked the people that were making Subnaughty out. But the people that got kicked out were wrong because they signed a contract, they accepted money, and they sold away majority control of their company under the stipulation that they would do something, and then they just didn't do that thing. They were not doing what they promised to do, and they were just continuing to operate as normal, assuming that they would just take Krafton's money and nothing would change. So it sounds like everybody's screwed up and wrong here, but I'm curious what you think. Like, you know, obviously, at the end of the day, if you sign an employment contract and your boss doesn't like what you're doing, you're at risk of being fired. That's just the reality of the world. If you sell your company and you no longer have, you know, power of control over that company, you don't get to make the shots, right? Like, maybe you get lucky and you sell to a partner that is willing to give you free reign, but realistically, if it's stipulated in the original contract that you have to do something and you don't do that thing, there it is. Now, this also gets very murky because the lawsuit that they are alleging for Krafton is based on breach of contract. So the original founders that were fired from Unknown Worlds are alleging that Krafton breached their contract. So maybe to the Unknown Worlds C-suite that Krafton promised they would maybe stay out of the development, and Krafton did not stay out of the development, and that's why they're trying to sue them. Honestly, for me, I would be terrified to sue a multi-billion-dollar company in anything. Even if I was in the right, I would be scared to do it. That sounds terrifying. But let me know what you think. Who's in the wrong here? Is Krafton in the wrong? Are the founders in the wrong? What do you think about these leaked documents and the fact that the lawsuit is based on violation, breach of contract? And what do you think about the game? And what are your expectations for Subnaughty 2? And then we can check have the wish list changed at all? I don't know. Because realistically, we check in on us every time we update this drama. Subnaughty 2 has not moved in the rankings for Steam wishlists. It is still number 2, right behind Silksong. It hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down. So even though I'm seeing people in droves say that they're canceling their wishlist on Subnaughty 2, as of right now, that has not moved the needle at all. Subnaughty 2 is still the second most wishlisted game on Steam, and I'm sure is still on track for a release at some point in the next year or two. We don't know. I mean, they moved it to 2026. There's no release date right now. It's up in limbo, and there's all this litigation is going to take place. But let me know what you think about the current situation and the latest news on Subnaughty 2. Nothing on that, Lucen? Nope. Ugh. Founders are wealthy. Krafton is a megacorp. No one wins here. Yep. The only people that lose are the players and the devs. True and real. True and real. Golly, golly, golly. The court has to listen to drama. I'm sure they're very used to it. I am sure they are very used to it. Had something similar happen when id sold to ZeniMax and he ended up being settled with. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the founders will end up getting something out of it. It's just a question of if the amount they spend to get that payout from the lawsuit is going to be more or less than the payout they get. I have a feeling they're still going to lose money over time, and they're just trying to sue to save face. For the mental turmoil they're causing me? Exactly, dude. Let's do a class action. They're stressing everybody out with this nonsense. It sounds like the founders were like, hey, we'll take your money, but we're not going to do what you say. And Krafton's like, hey, you have to. We own you. And they're like, no, you don't. Nuh-uh. And eventually Krafton got sick of that and said bye because they can. Is it morally right? You decide. Was it within their rights? Absolutely. And that's why you don't go public if you don't want this to happen. So I don't know. The lawyers win. Yeah, the lawyers are going to make so much money off this. Bro, I don't know. Even if I was slam dunk in the right, I would be very hesitant to sue a multi-billion-dollar company. Oh, that's horrifying. It's important to note that there's definitely a separation of the sale and specifically the development of one IP. I'd say we don't really have enough information. We definitely don't. Absolutely not. There's a lot more to this that we don't know because it's all private. But doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Up, 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 up. Yeah, it's a foreign court too, exactly. Although it might take place in both countries for different stages, who knows? Who knows, bro? Not me, I don't know anything. Ba 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 ba. Who knows, bros? What a crazy life. Yeah, YouTubers ruin everything, dude. Stupid YouTubers. Shakes fist at sky. Curse you, Bale. Does someone have like the whole thing?
My legs! Each lies a bloody ruin!
YouTube just the place they put ads these days? Yeah. It is the ad? No, Twitch is the ad headquarters.
Bale! Vile Bale!
This voice actor went so hard.
Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
Oh, good old Egon. Say the lines. Do it now. Curse you, Bell. I vow you shall rue this day. Say the lines. Do it now. There is life in me yet.
Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember? Conjure your past. How once you were.
I would love to be in the recording booth while he's doing this. Curse you, Bale! I, Egon!
Curse you, Bale!
Yeah, dude, let's go.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon.
Foul dragon.
But I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. with a hail of harpoons!
Harpoons!
With every last drop of my being!
Oh my god, dude. So good. He had literally no business going this hard on those voice lines. And he wasn't he wasn't even like a main character. You could completely miss him too. So like when you're climbing up the mountain to fight Bale, he's just there on the side of the road. You can walk right past him and you just talk to him and and then you can also not summon him for the fight as well. And you could just miss all of the stuff he's saying, but he had no business going that hard. Curse you, Bale! Your fear's made flesh. Classic, dude. El Clasico. El Clasico.
Was it real? Was it mine? Was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a player that's trusting.
He hates Bale out of love for the game. He does, dude.
All I know is my desire
Killing Bale was his life's work.
won't fade. I'll set a fire, burn fears to ashes. Put some petals on my chest, right on the tear. I would just fall into that sunset over us to see. I'm a vessel, done its best to contain their schemes. Now all the sounds are drowning with me. Through those rivers, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the lure of my sword, my medals, and corrosive foam. I have left my fingerprints and slipped away in a heartbeat. I think I finally found my peace.
There is life in me yet. I shall fill you with harpoons.
On my chest, I'll glimmer.
Bad leg, climbing up mountain, no cameras, no Red Bull in sight, just for vibes, dude.
There's my eyes making me
He's willing to sacrifice his whole life just to get Bale.
the clouds with honor filling my veins.
The true grudge match, man.
Those rivers, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny.
Oh, also, that horse that I linked yesterday in Discord, it's on me. I looked up the horse. Apparently, that horse has never won a match. That specific horse is a meme. That horse's race record is 0 and 113. It has raced 113 times and has come in last place 113 times. It has not won a single match. And it's one of the horses in the Horse Girl game, and people can send that horse refrigerated ryegrass. And it's become like a thing that like people bet on that horse and lose on purpose, just because they know that horse never wins. It's like a huge meme.
Struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me.
Haru actually won recently? Really? Finally won a race? Dun, dun, dun. She's in a race for retired horses and won. There was a race for retired horses and she... Wait, so she did like a senior citizens home race and won that? But her official race record is 0 and 113. Damn. Damn, bro, damn. Hey man, she runs around, she gets ryegrass from people on the internet. She chilling. As a horse, what more could you want? Free exercise and free food. Goldship lore is even more interesting in how his bloodline is. God, dude. I need to make like a behind the horse girls video. All the horses in Uma Musume in real life. Hey, it's Striper. And the Subnaughty 2 then crafted. Go, no. You can visit her too at the barn, but gotta book an appointment. Oh my god, dude. I bet the owners of that horse are making so much money after this game. They've already been making Bake Off the anime? Yeah, I guess that's true, huh? I should go back and play Subnaughty again. You should. Subnaughty's awesome, dude. Subnaughty is awesome. Mama. Your cat is getting tummy rubs? Cool. That's just like on schedule, huh? That's on the development roadmap. Belly rubs. I really enjoyed the mobile base thing in Below Zero. Yeah, I like the Cyclops a lot. Welcome aboard, Captain. Rigged for silent running, but the truck and the modular aspect was a lot more usable. I want to go back and play some Subnaughty. Yeah, Subnaughty 1's a good vibe, dude. That's quality gaming right there. Quality gaming. Curse you, Bell! I, Egon, hereby vow. Go back and play Ark. I think one of my top survival games of all time. Subnaughty for story. The Forest for atmosphere, and then if you want like actual survival mechanics, it's Green Hell by far. There is no survival game that comes close to like the real survival aspects of Green Hell. Green Hell feels like you're actually out in the Amazon rainforest fighting for your life. Actually. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Gets to have that on his demo reel when he gets to apply for more work. He nailed it. He gets to be the curse you bail guy. Yeah, hopefully. I would. If I was a voice actor and I nailed that so hard, who even was it? I'm guessing he's done tons of other stuff. Actually, I think I remember a story on this. He wasn't even like in video games. He's like an actual actor. Let's see. Elden Ring, Egon, voice actor. Richard Lintern. English stage, voice, and screen actor. He said that his experience with Elden Ring was intense and unusual, and he'd never done anything like that before. He just decided, like, hey, I'll take this. I need some money, sure. Power World actually a better, more stable arc, which blows my mind. I wish Power World had better combat, to be honest. If Power World was a higher level of quality in combat, that game would be so insanely elevated. It's got great exploration. The pals are cool. The building's cool. It's got kind of that building survival game vibe, but the combat is so ass. Like, especially watching pals fight each other, they miss each other all the time. They run past each other. You'll see them dash under each other. They'll shoot a projectile and miss completely. And it's just like watching toddlers fight each other. It's so bad. But, you know, that's Power World, man. Still a good time. Get a pet cat at random from the shelter. Just pick one sight unseen. You're now involved in a 10+ year gacha and you have no idea how it's going to go. That is how cats are. It's true. You're just along for the ride. Very true. My cats seem to tolerate me. That's exactly what cats do. You tolerate each other. Let's begin with a super fast recap. Now, to be fair, this has kind of been par for the course for Unknown Worlds. They've all... And there was a lot of speculation of, like, was... How's Dune been lately? About the same. I think we can do a Dune review after this. I want to do one. Review the game. Blocking, no, just being about as awful. Yeah, there's a lot of griefing. PvE griefing and PvP griefing. So based on all that, here's my take on... Playing Dune right now? Heck yeah, man. Bow, bow. Curse you, Baal! I, Egon, hereby vow. Okay, so there's that. Now we can do a Dune review. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gonna ruffle some feathers with this one probably. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's true, Ulf. What did you think of it? I saw the summary, but I didn't actually look at the actual Mecha Break thing, because it was in Korean, right? I don't know if I agree with all the, like, they're buffing Hurricane and nerfing Welkin, and they're releasing a new Brawler or something like that. All right, well, let's gather my thoughts here about dung. What do I think about dung? Am I a dung person? Am I a dung person? Nerf Welkin? Yeah, I guess Welkin has very high win rate. Stats-wise. I don't think they said anything about Stellaris. Any publicity is good publicity. True, bro. True. True. Like Welkin is a good spot. I agree. I think Welkin's fine. Well, Hurricane does need a buff. I think Hurricane and I think Inferno needs a bigger buff than Hurricane, but I think Hurricane at least has purpose because Hurricane can do capture points and defense modes very well, you know? Speed is everything. There's nothing you can do that will make slow mechs feel fun to play against fast mechs. And I think that's exacerbated by the water map, too. I think they have some maps like the water map. Like, why do you have a map Like, the game is balanced around mechs being fast or slow, and then you have a map where the entirety of the middle of the map gets flooded by water that slows you down and cuts your engines. So now all of the slow mechs can't even be there. Who thought that was a good idea? Like, the underwater portion, it just makes all of the movement problems significantly worse. Solaris bug that keeps staggering tanks in turret mode? What's the Solaris bug? You can stagger tanks in turret mode? Is it a bug? I thought that was just his disruption. Because Solaris can interrupt abilities, right? With his disruption ability. And I thought that was just interrupting your turret mode. I didn't think that was a bug. Even Armored Core 6 struggled with it? Yeah, single player games struggled with it, true. The flyers can't even fly in there? Oh, in the underwater? Yeah. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't know. I think they should have hired, like, a PvP design team that can come in and help them understand PvP, because obviously their game before this was a gacha game, right? So, like, they don't... I don't think they had a very good understanding of PvP and how it works. No. Vulcan makes Hurricane unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Milka is just good at everything. Tanky, AoE unlockable melee, shield bigger than Tricera, flashbang that shuts Hurricane down. Yeah, that is true. It is kind of ridiculous, huh? Meow. Its grapple isn't supposed to break turret mode and unstaggerable effects. Really? Okay, that makes Stellaris a lot more reasonable. I thought that was part of Stellaris's, because they have a disruption mechanic where they can stop abilities. I thought that was just stopping your turret ability. But it would be a lot more balanced if Stellaris wasn't pulling people out of turret mode. Like, you take away the disruption ability on Stellaris and he's just a good stealth fighter. But the fact that he can interrupt abilities, he can even, like, I don't know if it's still a bug or not, but, like, if you're channeling something, Stellaris can still pull you out of that, too. Like, I think if you're Inferno or Hurricane and you're channeling something, Stellaris can stop you from channeling it. Stuff like that is just ridiculous. Like, just so busted. Da-da-da. They trust the focus PvP group more? Or they do like an internal PvP group or something? Interesting. Ba ba boo bee ba boo bee bo. Sombra. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's his disruption ability. If he lands the hook, he disrupts whatever you're doing. And then he can, basically like Panther, he can follow that disruption up with a unavoidable charge pin. And then go stealth and disappear and then slice you to death. Like, he's just busted. Like, just completely busted. He's not supposed to stop channels either. Okay, that makes him a lot more reasonable if he can't stop channels either. I can land someone with Panther while they channel, it doesn't stop it, so Stellaris is confirmed not working as intended. I was gonna say, Stellaris to me is S tier by far, one of the most overpowered mechs in the entire game. But it makes more sense that he's bugged than they intended for him to be that broken. You know? All right, let's review Dung, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then what to play? Should we cut up on our TFD builds? Should we dive into Warframe so we can get yelled at by the player base? Should we play more Ready or Not? Should we play a Path of Exile 2 character? Ooh. What do we have coming up? What's our upcoming? Let's see. We can play Star Citizen today, too. Yeah, Ready or Not in two days. Could be cool. Wildgate open beta soon. Wu Chang's gonna be fun. Oh, Grounded 2 early access is gonna be so great. We actually could do a Grounded 2 Grounded 1 playthrough. Oh, Grounded is so great. What a great survival game, dude. Grounded is actually awesome. TFD Season 3, 25 days. Last Epoch Season 3, 39 days. Goblin Cleanup, 46 days. Path of Exiles is in 47 days. So we could probably, like, maybe early mid-August start a new Path of Exile 2 character. I should say Path of Exile 2 new season. I miss Armored Core 6. I never played AC6. I played pretty much all of the ACs before that. I loved Armored Core as a kid. Thought you gave up on that? No, just taking a break. No such thing as giving up, man. No such thing. Fewer Warframe elitist gatekeepers than PoE? You think so? Play Claire! Claire! To be honest, I feel like Path of Exile is not that elitist. I honestly, my experience with most of the Path of Exile community is a lot of them are very friendly and helpful. And it's because it's a very solo game. Everyone's just on their own journey. But from what I've seen from most of Path of Exile is everyone tends to help each other. Already out now in China and on mobile? It could be. I mean, Wu Chang's out in 2 weeks here. So, you know. I never experienced elitism in PoE. I haven't either. Everyone's like usually very helpful and chill in PoE. And like the way I view PoE is that most people that play PoE play it after work and play it by themselves. They're just on their own journey, like, hey, look what I discovered on my own solo gameplay, right? Like I've experienced little to no elitism in Path of Exile at all. Or Diablo or Last Epoch. Most ARPGs are very chill, community-wise. Just a lot of solo dudes and dudettes just grinding. That's it. Very chill. What else is there? Is there anything we need in the next 2 months, chat? If we identify, right? So I think we could probably do Ready or Not. We can do Grounded 2. And we can do Path of Exile 2. And then Borderlands 4. Why is Borderlands 4 2 weeks after Path of Exile 2? Why? Why you do this? And then Arc Raiders, dude. Arc Raiders is going to be so fun. Halloween Arc Raiders ride. Do any of these have release dates? Does Crimson Desert have a release date yet? Nope. Subnaughty 2 is now 2026. Lol. Goodbye. Does Light No Fire have a release date yet? Nope. Does Cloudheim have a release date? Nope. Does Shoya have a release date? Q4. Does Hell Is Us have a release date? September 4th! It does! Wow. Before Borderlands. That's cool. How about that? What about Shark Dentist? Yeah, true. When does Shark Dentist come out? Bro, what is this? What is this game? Oh my god. I love it when we get just random, ridiculous games like this every now and then. Like, what is this, bro? This is a real game coming out. Just says coming soon. Dang. The name is Shark Dentist, and can you guess what you do? You're a shark dentist. You clean the teeth of sharks. And sometimes, if you're not careful, they eat you. Oh, God, it's gross, bro. What the frick? Even though, don't sharks just shed their teeth and then grow new ones? There's literally no reason for a dentist at all. What the frick, dude? Curse you, Bale. Hellmart? What's Hellmart? "24-hour convenience store in the far north." Huh? What the frick is this, bro? Hellmart? Coming soon. It's just like another horror game. You're in the game just for the grossness of it, dude. Like, Shark Dentist is pretty ridiculous. Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is great. They're making an expansion. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Good for them. Grim Dawn is definitely one of those standalone, like, non-live service ARPGs. It's very good. It's not just a cozy market. Like Evil Dead. Snake in the tall grass. What's wrong with this place? What is wrong with this place? Was he? Was he? Ah, he's shitting. Okay. Gloop shito. Okay. Zell's got a very particular interest. Interesting. All right. Zellman was that guy in the green jacket that was enjoying himself. Okay. Tides of Annihilation. Does this have a release date yet? We haven't checked in a while. Wait, this is the Shadowheart game, isn't it? Huh? I think this is the Shadowheart game.
No one knows how that world
Yep.
came into being.
Another Souls-like. It looked good, if I remember.
From the past. Only I was left. That was a fatal mistake.
A fatal mistake.
It's the aura of the Grail pieces. I can sense it.
Sam Point.
As long as it is
Jennifer English, yeah.
enforced. My wish can be
She's the MC on this character in this game.
But wishes
She's been getting a lot of jobs recently.
to pursue one's wishes.
She has a great voice for
is to court one's
voice
dream.
acting. Yeah, same voice actress. What happened with PoE? Nothing. Nothing new.
Holy Grail. Blood. This is a feast only for the king.
Yeah, this looks hype.
Gwendolyn, this is your final warning.
My quarrel lies not with you, but I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even if the price is my soul.
My soul. Yeah, it looks good. I'm down. Does it have a release date? Nope, coming soon. Okay. Understood. Understood, bro. Understood. Hey, it's Striper. And the Subnaughty 2 drama just keeps... Dun 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 dun. With a boss, looks pretty decent. It has Final Fantasy 16 vibes. Yeah, it definitely does. It feels like Final Fantasy 16 slash Stellar Blade kind of combat. Which is not a bad thing. Okay, new video chat, like, comment, subscribe, bell notification, blah, blah, whatever, whatever. Did that link have a space in it? No, it's got to be an underscore, right? No way that's a space. Yeah, it's an underscore. Tuesday will be new league teaser. How's that copium taste? Does it smell good when you inhale the copium? Does it give you the vibes you need? Breathe deep, my friend. Okay, Tides of Annihilation has no new release date. Chrono Odyssey is not 2025, okay? Let's say 2026. Sound good? Project L. Does this even have a name yet, NCSoft? Does Project LLL have a name yet? Nothing. No news on it. Expected 2025. It doesn't even have... Are they going to call it Project LLL or are they going to give it a real name? Is out? I swear Canon played it. Huh? What? You might be thinking of Project 3? Not Project LLL? Yeah, there's nothing new on Project LLL. It doesn't have a title yet and has no release date. I'm not seeing anything. I think Luzen's just been... He's wasted all his brain cells on horse girls. I mean, usually with this, especially with Korean developers, they'll give it a name at some point. So I don't think it has a name yet. I mean, look, the trailer looks good. Wait, is Killing Floor coming up? It has had bit like... Wait, the Killing Floor 3 playtest is this weekend? Like right now? Oh, yeah, they're doing July 24th on Killing Floor 3. Same day as Wu-Chang. Ain't nothing to F with. Interesting. Camp 3 had bad reviews? Uh-oh. No. It's sad because I know a lot of the guys at Tripwire. They're like one of the only other Georgia developers. Is Project LLL not a good enough game? I mean, it's just a concept, man. All we have on Project LLL is the trailers. That's it. It doesn't even have a name yet. Like, we don't even know what they're going to call it. 0.7% usage? What? Coming, they still... They need to update this trailer. Their trailer on Steam still says March 25th, 2025. LOL. Okay, I requested access. Does it auto-grant it? No, it doesn't auto-grant access. They have to grant it to you. Oh, man. Oh, man. When Remnant 3. True, bro. Have you guys not seen the Project LLL trailer? I can play it. Yes, this is NCSoft. The game looks great. It just doesn't have a name yet and has no release date.
나한테 임무.
루셀, 기억하지?
알겠어. 하지.
You could be right, X. This could just be like proof of concept and they don't really actually have a game. You could be right. But actually, that's not true because there are gameplay trailers too. Yo, for maybe the 51. Remnant 2 was amazing. I played the butt out of Remnant 1. I have not played Remnant 2. So I guess after all the delays, Killing Floor 3 is coming out in 2 weeks, but Cream is saying the feedback on the playtest has been bad. I didn't even know they were doing a playtest this weekend. Ba ba da bum, ba ba da bum, ba ba da boom, bam ba da bong, bam ba da bong. Remnant 2 is my game of the year. Really? 100% worth it? So worth it. Is there a new DLC for it? The thing is, like, if I played Remnant 2 now, there wouldn't really be any reason for me to make content for it because it's so old at this point. This is Project LLL. It does look good. But it also could be fake. It also could be fake. Exodus? I've heard a little of Exodus, but I didn't see enough to see that they're far along on it. 1,500 hours in Remnant 2 already? Damn. Project Future The Division. It kind of is, huh? It kind of is, huh? It definitely looks like it's made for consoles, too. Plus mech combat, let's go. I don't think I would have released this if I were a developer. Yeah, I don't know this. So here's the thing, right? A lot of times devs release these kinds of things not for the player, but for stakeholders. Right? And to gauge interest. They're not doing it so that players can get excited. They're doing it to see if players would be excited and to satisfy investors and stakeholders. So, yeah. Well, it doesn't have a release date, so no. Killing Floor stress test is going on now. I requested access. I don't know if I'll be able to get in, though. And it's coming on July 24th. Yeah, so Killing Floor 3 is July 24th. That's crazy. So they are actually releasing. Interesting. Okay, Chronos New Dawn. Oh, that's the Bloober game. Oh man, Bloober is like quickly becoming one of my favorite horror game devs. They're so good at it now. So this one is slated for 2025 fall, but we have nothing new on that. Mistfall was like the Extraction Dark and Darker like, right? And this is still 2025. Avowed roadmap? Did they actually release an avowed roadmap? No way. No way. They did a Nevers to Everness playtest, right? No release date yet. Late, maybe. Wasn't there drama with Bloober because they copied horror movies in PT? I don't know. They've done so many games now that's like, are those allegations, do they even hold water? I mean, they did the Silent Hill 2 remake, and was incredible. Seven Deadly Sins Origin. Oh, God, bro. 2025, okay? Anything new on Titan Quest 2? No news on that? Titan Quest 2 early access has been delayed to summer 2025. Checks watch. Summer 2025, you say? Summer 2025, you say? Ah, yes. So the last thing we got is Titan Quest 2 early access was supposed to be winter last year. Then they delayed it to summer 2025. Summer? Question mark? Huh? Waiting for Lost Ark update? You can play it now. You don't have to wait, bro. May as well get your dailies and weeklies done. Crystal Theater of Idols. IGN Nordic is saying that this has a release date of December 31st, 2020. Okay, so still 2025. Lol. Which one was this again?
Almighty Sun, guide my path.
I want the progression and Makoko boost. Yeah, but you can still get resources now, you know? I can take you through some raids if you need to.
As the shadows of the abyss close in.
You'll still benefit from at least doing, like, you should get on and do your chaos dungeons and your guardian raids.
Your sacred light.
You will need those resources regardless.
Banish them. And if I am to fall, let my flesh burn.
It's very Bioshock.
So my soul
Ew.
may ascend.
I guess everything's powered by blood, huh? Bro,
May ascend.
the way you cock this is by shoving your hand onto the spike and pull. Oh. Oh.
Consumed in your flames for all eternity, now and forever. Crisol.
Cristo. It looks cool. It looks cool. I'm down. This is still 2025. Gothic. When's Gothic, bro? When Gothic? Still 2025 or 2026. When they did their THQ thing, they kind of hinted at like Titan Quest 2 and Gothic 1 Remake being very soon. Although they did do a Gothic 1 demo. So I guess that works. You playing BL4? Yeah, probably. Steel Hunters. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's dead. I still had this on here. It launched and then got shut down in a matter of like a month or two. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. No, 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 no. When did it launch? April 2nd is when this came out. Yikes, bro. Oh no. Oh yeah, they're doing Turok Origins. Oh my god. No release date yet. Ah, and they're doing a new Styx. Raise your hand if you've played any of the Styx games. This is fall. Yeah, Q4. I'm so glad they're doing a new Styx. If I start playing LA now, I can still do Makoko Express event in 2 weeks? Yeah. It's not like the progress you make now is going to be deleted. The Makoko Express is just a boost event. You just pick a character and go for it. So they're doing a new Arad, but does it have a release date? No, it's all speculated. There's no release date for this yet. Witchfire is coming along nicely. That's the Souls-like shooter game, right? That was if you start playing again at this date and not earlier thing. I don't think so. I mean, I'd have to go look into it, but I don't think so. They do Makoko Expresses all the time, like a couple times a year. Makoko Express is not a new thing. The new thing is their new progression activities. That's what's new. Is this new paradise thing they're doing. The La Solo mode, dungeon delving, loot gaining thing. That's the new thing. Makoko Express is not new. They've been doing those for years. Stage Fright still does not have a release date.
Who?
Never heard of them.
This one looks kind of fun.
Oh, that game. You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath.
What?
You threw a right tantrum.
No, I didn't.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, you'd...
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss? Shh, it started.
Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
What is going on back there? This looks pretty good. Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my.
Oh, it's a two-player. And they're showing so much gameplay. Oh, no. What's happening? Drew, what was that? Did you feel that? Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
Where Ball X Pit? Someday, man. It seems fun. It seems fun. I'll check it out. Now, what else are we missing? Den of Wolves. Oh yeah, that's the Payday game, right? Does that have a release date yet? No release date yet. Okay. The Cube. Actually, they did the trailer recently. Do they have a release date for The Cube yet? They just have the announcement trailer. Another Gooner game, dude. This game, I remember being very Gooner. Very, very goon.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely
This
believe
is the,
it myself.
Oh, Atomic? What is it?
When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that
Oh, I
same
can't think of the
fear,
name.
though.
Atomic Heart.
Terrible sense
Atomic
of my
Heart.
own
This
powerlessness.
is the Atomic Heart guys. They're making a multiplayer game called The Cube, and then they're also doing Atomic Heart 2.
How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself?
But the
What if it
cube
was
does not have a
always
release
there,
date.
and we've only just started to see it.
Looks like it's gonna be just like a battle royale kind of game. Yeah, no release date. It's on Steam though. Sure, bro. Even grandma's in it, bro. Holy goon. The Cube. Okay, yeah. So no new news on the Cube yet. What about Dispatch? La 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 la. Sometime in 2025. Okay. If you say so, bro. A lot of these are still just 2025. Soon TM. Does Dune Night Abyss have any info? I feel like they've been radio silent. Yeah, it's Q4. Okay. So this is Q4. And then Unending Dawn looked pretty good too. What else am I missing on this list, chat? Anything that I missed? PC release sometime in 2025. Okay. Okay, bro. Like what, bro? What's up, Hassel? They asked Magnum for Gooner advice. True. Here, huh? All right. So a couple of these got new ones. We have Killing Floor 3, but I mean, I signed up for the playtest. I don't know if I'll be able to get in. It sounds like it's ending today. Now. The Cube. The Cube. The Cube. Cubicle. Okay, so there's that. So yeah. Richter console should be cool. Blood of the Dawnwalker. Is that not on here? No, it's on here for 2026. Yeah, because it's all like next year sometime or later. Witcher 4 and Intergalactic I put on 2027, but I wouldn't be surprised if both of these got pushed to 2028. TBH. And then here's what we can do. You guys ready? You guys ready? There you go. Wow. Now it's on there too. Smile. Ugh. Says coming soon. That's like the default for Steam, isn't it? I'm pretty sure Blood of the Dawnwalker is like 2026 at the earliest. Yeah, Atomic Heart 2, Exodus, Okami 2, Screamer, Project Century, Virtua Fighter. I'm so glad they're doing a new one of this. Axe of Blood. Is Marathon dead? Is Marathon officially dead, chat? No. It's been delayed indefinitely. Okay, so they don't really know when this is coming out. Delayed indefinitely, okay. Code Vein 2, Fractured Blooms look pretty cool. Project S, End of Abyss, Stranger Than Heaven, Infinitesimals look pretty cool too. 007, I hope is really good. I'm so glad IO is doing new projects. Arcade, Chronicles, Mortal Shell 2. Very glad that they're making another Mortal Shell. Onimusha, Black Frost, Phantom Blade Zero looks amazing. This game looks so good. So good. Should be next year too. March next year. I heard that it was delayed indefinitely, that they don't have a release date. And I just Googled it and I didn't see anything on like a new update for Marathon, but you might be right. I'm jealous Max got to play it with Maximilian. The power of being a large streamer. And the privilege that comes with. He said it's one of the best action games he's ever played. Damn. It looks good. They're in damage control for Marathon. Should just cancel it. I mean, they invested a lot into it. And their player base expects it. I don't know why they would just do Destiny 3 at this point. They're adding more PvE Destiny elements into it. Honestly, that's the safer option. It looks good. Like, this game looks amazing. It's gonna be so awesome. It's gonna be quite good, man. No Destiny 3 because they hate us. They hate us because they hate us. Yeah, this looks like more stylized Souls-like. And this is like live gameplay that they said too. It's almost like Black Myth plus Neo. Isn't there some hands-on for Soulframe? I have Soulframe, I think. Steve, can I not move this window, Steve? Steve! Steve! Oh my god, bro. Like lagging because of Soulframe, bro. And I can't move the window because Steve is ridiculous. What is wrong with you, Steve? Why can't I move this window, Steve? It's a program on my operating system, Steve. Why can't I move the window, Steve? Goodness gracious. You're not going to like Soulframe? You don't think so? Soulframe is up to date. Enter? Does it work? La la. Oh, I do have it. Oh my god, it's so laggy. What have you done, Steve? Oh, it's like so laggy, bro. Gotta get that window move license update. Gotta pay for the ability to move the window on your own operating system. Control is an illusion. Alright, should we review Dune? Is it too late to review Dune, chat? Is it too late? Has the window closed? Probably not. Bum, bum, bum. I'm playing Dune right now. Right now I'm playing it. Imagine right now. Dune now. A buyer beware is always helpful. True, I guess that's true, yeah. If you're someone just getting into it, you may appreciate a perspective on it. Soulframe isn't out yet? No, not for a while. Who knows when Steve will launch it. How are you playing? How? Shark Week is starting? Boom, 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 boom. How are you playing? How? Bum, 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 ba, da, ba. Cream has a Borderlands 4 badge? What the frick? Cheater hacker? Boom, boom. Well, let's do it. Whatever. Whatever happens, happens, you know? Hey, it's Strybear. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da-da. How are you playing? On stream that he managed to get recording, but it's one of the bond. He talked more on it too. Nice. BL4 is out in what, September 12th? It's on the list, my friend. It's on the list. It is on the list. Oh, bong, bing, bong, bing, bing, bing. Yep. Lol, dude. And today I wanted to give my review of Dune Awakening. I did play some of the beta tests for Dune Awakening. Been playing since launch, and after, you know, the better part of, 500-600 hours of the game, I wanted to give my review of the game overall, because I think there's a big mixture of feedback around the game as well. There are parts of the game that are excellent. Really, really good, very well made, and super fun, and you'll get a good value out of it. And there are definitely parts of the game that are definitely not well made and need some love and some updates. So today, I want to talk through my overall view of Dune after, 500 hours or so after launch, and just kind of talk about where the game is at, where I'd like to see the game go in the future, and what you might want to know if you're someone who's never played the game before or is just getting into the game for the first time. The worm is trying to evolve. The worm. The lore, bro. Now, the short end of it here is, this is where I would put the game right now. The game itself is a very solid survival game. I would say that if you like survival games, you like the idea of collecting resources, progressing through tiers, building things, collecting things, and putting them in your base, and having things to explore, I think Dune Awakening is actually an excellent game. And if you were to get Dune Awakening today, you would get a solid maybe 50 to 200 hours of gameplay out of it that you would thoroughly enjoy if you have any proclivity towards survival games at all. So, as far as like hours per dollar spent, it is very high value right now. So like, I mean, realistically, most $60 USD games nowadays are between 20 to 40 hours of like solid gameplay. Some are less, some are more, depending on what kind of game you're getting. So getting 50 to 200 hours of gameplay that's really good out of Dune Awakening, I think is awesome, especially if you like the Dune IP, you like the universe that it's in. I think it's very, it pays homage to the universe very well and represents what you might see in the movies very well. So overall, I think the core of the game is very strong. However, I would also say that you kind of have to temper your expectations for the end game. I think once you finish, there are 6 tiers of progression right now. As any survival game has progression of tiers. You start at the very bottom, you work your way up from the lowest level of tier all the way up to the highest level, getting better equipment, better technology, better buildings, better items, all of that as you go through. The first 5 tiers before you get to end game are very good. However, once you reach tier 6 and you get to the end game, I think Funcom is in a very awkward position right now on what they want the game to be, how they want the end game to look, and what they want the future of this game to be as a live service, right? If you don't treat it as a live service game, you just treat it as a survival game that you pick up and play, I think that you'll have a great time. You'll get anywhere from 50 to 200 hours. You'll get a good 100 hours of gameplay out of this, and you'll probably enjoy every minute of it as you unlock all of the classes, you do all the quests, you finish all the contracts, and you do the combat, and finish the main story quest. You'll have a great time with it. I'll get downvoted. You should be fine, Ford. Why is this music playing? Why is your name N7? Why does water have hydrogen in it? Why are your fingernails, why do they have keratin? I don't know. Why anything? Orb's just afraid to log into Lost Ark, bro. Stoop kid's afraid to leave his stoop. Why is a letter? It's true. Why do humans poop? I don't know. These are the questions of our life. Do you not like the music, N7? Should I turn on Rebecca Black Friday instead? Now, as it stands right now, the end game of Dune Awakening is a very rough outline. They have this idea of this open area. So this is what you're looking at here is called the Deep Desert. And what they had hoped for the end game was that this would be an open wasteland full of resources to pillage. The final tier of progression would be about exploring this area. And they had this idea that it would be open PvP. That the whole thing would just be kind of like it is in the universe of Dune. Very competitive, political heads fighting over resources and land, cutting each other off, backstabbing each other, and trying to come out ahead. And that was kind of what they wanted to have. However, it doesn't feel like, at least from my perspective, that they put a lot of effort into the end game. The end game feels very barren, pun intended. It's mostly a large open desert with very little interest in it. You can see even on screen, like most of the time, this is what your end game loop is going to be. Flying around the deep desert, waiting for something to happen or looking for something to pop up. And that's it. Like, it's just a lot of waiting and open-ended space. There is PvP in the end game, and there's definitely a big debate going on right now around whether PvP is better or PvE is better. Should there be PvP servers? Should there be PvE servers? And also, is the game even an MMO at its core? There's loud music over it? Yeah, it's not in the recording, yeah. I mean, is the music too loud? Is that what you're saying? It's just a very weird question to ask, Why do humans eat food? I don't know. Do you want to sit in silence? Is that better for you? Is this better? Do you like no ambiance? Somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Why is Bear not releasing new PoE2 League info? I don't know, dude. He's holding out on us, that's why. Because he hates us. That's why. Moon's haunted. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. I don't even have a lot to say about this. I don't know. The wizard came from the moon. Now I just sit in silence. The music was louder than your voice, was it? Oh, well, why don't you just say that? It's a very roundabout way of saying your music is too loud. Rather than just saying, why is the music playing? That was very odd. I can turn it down, sure. Quote unquote scientists. Uh-huh. Why has Bear not played Claire Obscure? Why you lie? See, their vision for the end game was really just about a recycling process. Because realistically, what they didn't want to have happen, and I can totally relate to this, was people would pick up Dune Awakening, get through that 50 to 200 hours solid gameplay, and then put the game down and not play again, right? They don't want that. They want people to have something that's renewable, something that's fresh every single week, and something that they can kind of log into and keep track of. However, I don't think that they really hit that mark as of right now. And if you're jumping into Dune Awakening expecting to have a solid live game service update game that has regular updates that are really interesting and exciting, I don't think Dune Awakening is in that position right now. And I think you probably should go into the game expecting that you're going to get, again, a very solid core experience that gives you a solid 100 plus hours of gameplay. And then you're going to have to wait to see what Funcom does going into the future. Sir, what? Sir, what? Explain yourself, N7. I would argue that their hope for is large congregations focused on common goals. Yeah, but it's just so, like, undercooked. You know? So undercooked. Game of the year? Oh yeah, Expedition should be game of the year, true. How's the combat in this game? In this game, it's average. Marathon is game of the year? I thought Horse Girl game was game of the year for you. How would you know? You haven't played it. I played it for an hour. That's not true. You're lying. You're a liar. Everyone knows it. Zellman's a liar. Confirmed? Confirmed live in chat. Zellman is a liar. Liar, liar. His pants are on fire. It's not even a big deal, N7. I just don't understand what you're asking for. What do you mean by sir ... What does that mean? I don't know what you're saying. But welcome back. It's good to see you, N7. Hope you're well. If Expo doesn't take game of the year, it's rigged. Bro, it's gonna be Astrobot again. It's going to be Astrobot again. Hmm. So with that kind of overview out of the way, let's go through like the game, the areas of the game, and kind of give my feedback on, you know, what's good, what's bad about it, and what's in between for that as well, and also kind of what my expectations are for the future of this game going forward, and what I think they can do with it as well. There's that, right? It's the story stuff, huh? Now, when it comes to a survival game, I would say that they got most of the mechanics right. They also didn't commit what I would consider the cardinal sins of making survival games. There's like 3 or 4 things that I would consider cardinal sins of making a survival game that some companies make the mistake of doing when they make a survival game. One of them is not being able to craft from storage. I think there's a lot of like very important core things about survival games that just you never want to make that mistake. So you can craft from storage in this game. I think they do a pretty good job of balancing the forcing functions of the game. So because you're in a desert, you have to worry about dehydration. In the bottom left corner, you can see that I have this water drop. So like making sure you're staying hydrated is very important. Dehydration can kill your character, and so you're constantly worrying about gathering, you know, waters, you know, collecting water, holding onto water. Water is a very valuable resource. And they also have some pretty cool things like the cut array, being able to draw lines on that as well. That's a pretty cool mechanic for collecting materials. The vehicles in general work quite well, and the building system is pretty strong as well overall. So I think in general, I think they did a great job with making the core of a survival game that would be up there with a lot of the other survival games that are of its ilk. Now, I wouldn't put it in the same category as a lot of like the single player survival games like The Forest or Subnaughty or Green Hell. I think a lot of those are more of like a canned survival game experience with a lot more mechanics to look at than just, you know, basics. But in general, I think they did a really good job of making kind of this multiplayer co-op style survival game. When they started out making and announcing Dune Awakening, they had actually marketed it as a MMO, which I would not consider it a massively multiplayer online game, mainly because a lot of what you're going to experience is heavily segmented and instant. So let me tell you what that actually means. There is a core zone called Haga Basin, which you're seeing on screen right now. That is your kind of introduction to the game. You're going to spend most of your first 100 or 200 hours in Haga Basin, working through the environment, working your way up through quests, exploring the area, and moving up through the tiers of progression. And this zone is pretty much all PvE except for a few contested areas in the shipwrecks. And this is where I think the game shines. The game in Haga Basin is stellar. And I think actually there would be no controversy for Dune Awakening if it only had Haga Basin as its core gameplay without any attempts at endgame right now, because the game, like the core gameplay of Haga Basin is very good. Then you're able to, once you finally create an ornithopter, which is the flying vehicle of the game, the one you would see in the movies, then you move your way outside of Haga Basin to the other zones that are outside of it. I did see the trailer. We actually watched it on stream about an hour ago, Basuto. How hard do you usually rubber band on these ships? A lot. I rubber band in Dune Awakening all the time. All the time. All the time. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Next, moving on to the combat. And I know there actually has been a lot of opinions on the combat in Dune Awakening. And as someone who has been playing games since I was like 3 years old, I play every game I possibly can. Before I die, I want to try and play every game ever made. I try to play as many games as possible, and I can tell you, at least from my perspective, that the combat in Dune Awakening is nothing more than adequate. It is not stellar. It doesn't blow my mind. It's not like the best combat ever. You know, I personally think if you think that Dune Awakening combat is the best combat can be, then you need to play more games in general, because realistically, it has a long way to go. Anything there, is there? However, that's not really a major detractor, right? It's not like you're playing Dune Awakening for the best action combat you've ever experienced. I think it serves the game well. It is good enough, like it's adequate for a game of this style, and has some kind of cool expression. I would say that the ground combat is significantly better than any semblance of vehicle combat they have right now, but it's useful. You have melee, you have ranged. The melee have the ability to stagger enemies and knock them down and use abilities through that way. There are a class system. You can combine the classes together to create your own abilities and passives that create your own play style, and there's just ways that you can play PvE combat, PvP combat, and I think in general it's good enough. And there's also armor styles, armor weight classes, and ways to combine that together. It's not excellent, but it's not bad either. It's good enough for the genre that you have. So I wouldn't expect you to go into Dune Awakening thinking that you're going to have, you know, like Neo or Devil May Cry or some kind of crazy combat, and you're parrying and dodging and jumping and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, because realistically there is a limit of what you can do in the combat, but it's satisfying, it's enjoyable, and there's a lot of different ways for skill expression and you having your own personality applied to the combat and how you're playing. Hog's been a mess for me some days. You think so? Now, part of the problem right now, at least in the current state of the game, is that most of the combat that happens in PvP is actually vehicle combat. For the main reason that the Deep Desert, which is your primary PvP zone, is very large, right? And it's most of the zone is covered by sand and will have sandworms in between, right? So you're not going to be walking around on foot. And I think that's kind of one of the big travesties for Dune Awakening right now, is that you don't really get to use the ground combat all that much in PvP. It's mostly used in PvE when you're doing dungeons like testing stations or shipwrecks, because primarily it's what you're going to run into. You're actually really just doing ground combat for PvE and vehicle combat for PvP. And I would say that the vehicle combat in Dune Awakening is like entry level. It's actually quite horrible. It's very basic. The only thing you get for vehicle combat is that you will be able to craft rocket launchers for your vehicles like your ornithopter and then shoot dumb rockets. What I mean by dumb rockets is they're not guided. There's no lock-on system. They don't even have like basic flying vehicle combat with like chaff or noise, or even be able to shoot out decoys to like break lock-on. There's no warning. There's no HUD system. There's no semblance of dogfighting in the game at all. It literally is you fire dumb rockets that just shoot forward when you launch them, and if they hit the target, they'll do damage. But because of the way the game is set up, at least in a networked environment, it's kind of janky and a little laggy. It gets desynced sometimes. You don't really know if it's going to hit the target. If it does hit the target, you don't know what part of the vehicle it's going to hit, and so there's always this back and forth of trying to be able to deal damage to the target. But I feel like there needs to be something for ground combat in the future, especially if they want to continue on this path of PvP, where they could very easily end up creating some really awesome ground-based PvP or PvE combat that just gets kind of drowned out by the fact that everyone's really just an ornithopter shooting rockets. It's weird to get so involved in millionaires suing billionaires. Well, it's because it's drama, right? Human beings love drama. Human beings love drama. It's like their favorite thing. So what I'd love to see them explore is more areas or encounters in the game that would encourage or require ground combat, because I think that is where the game shines. I think that if they wanted to have viable, reliable, enjoyable vehicle combat, I think they actually have a much further way to go before that actually becomes a reality. I've had people in my comments say that, the dogfighting in Dune Awakening is amazing, Ornithopter versus Ornithopter is amazing, and honestly, I can't see how anyone who has played any dogfighting game or any like vehicle or ship-based combat game can come to Dune Awakening Ornithopter combat and think that it's the bee's knees. I think it is so below average, very basic entry level vehicle combat. There's nothing really impressive about it at all, and they have a long way to go before they can make vehicle combat something very exciting. But I think what you're sold on and what you experience through the Haga Basin, again, that core gameplay that they've developed that's very good, those first 50 to 200 hours, the experience in Haga Basin is good, right? Finding the right weapon style, you have your pistols, your light rifles, your heavy rifles, sniper rifles, you have your heavy weapons like machine guns, flamethrowers, you have different abilities for movement, being able to stun targets, poison them, right? They have all of this like wealth of opportunity for ground-based combat, you know, person-to-person combat that they, you know, when you get to endgame, you get little to no exposure to it at all, because almost all of the combat is based around large areas with unsafe, you know, sand areas that you have to cover with a vehicle. So almost all of the endgame combat is ornithopter to ornithopter, and your only option for that is using rocket launcher pods. If you ever get out of your ornithopter, you will get blown up by a rocket in a single shot. There's nothing you can really do. And so you get like this really cool, great core Haga Basin experience that gets immediately soured by ornithopter only in the endgame deep desert. Have a good day at work, Cream. Not a real gamer. Oh, is this story? Yeah, this is story. I don't want to spoil it. Now, I think they also have some things that they could tweak up with the abilities as well. There are some abilities that are just generally better than any other ability in the game. One of the best examples is the Shiga Wire Claw from the Soldier class, which is a grappling hook. I would say that, you know, that plus the dash from the Bene Gesserit, there's a couple abilities in the game that just don't have the same, like, they're not in the same league as the other abilities. So I think that they need some ability balance, and may even need to make it so that some abilities end up being baseline and they don't take up your ability slots. But I think that they really should just lean into what they have that's successful. Focus on adding more abilities, focus on balancing the abilities that are there, and focus on creating situations where you're actually using the ground combat to play more of a survival game than what they have right now. They also have a really cool environment too. I mean, you get some really cool like desert map vibes. I think that, you know, if you were to like, the idea of going into Dune Awakening was quite risky, right? The idea that they're going to have a mostly monotone brown desert that you're going to be spending a lot of your time in, that could have very easily been very boring and lame to look at. But I think with the sandstorms that roll through, the Coriolis in the skybox that they have, and all the different ships flying through, the game is actually quite gorgeous, and some really cool effects come out of it. So I think there could have been a lot more that would have gone wrong with Dune Awakening that just didn't, because they did it so well, right? That kind of, you know, the exploration aspect in the desert. And they've even hinted at, in some of their earlier interviews, which they haven't done recently, but they hinted at they might want to do more than just Arrakis, which is the planet that you're on right now. Obviously, the Dune universe was actually the inspiration for Star Wars universe in general, but it is a, you know, galactic universe. There are other planets, there are other homeworlds, there are other biomes and things you can go to, and they could actually create a world where you go from planet to planet, experiencing different biomes, meeting the different factions and the different political heads and things like that, exploring their areas, and just seeing what the universe has to offer. Sigma Sector, more sand! I think we already have... I think I had this over here, right? Is it here? Okay. next thing to talk about is the overworld map, which you see right here. This map is actually super cool, but very underutilized. I think they could make this a lot more interesting as a map in general. So this is the way that you travel between major zones. You go into this overworld map and then travel as this little icon. How was Superman? Didn't see it. Don't know. I've heard it's good though. Might have to go in game for this, to be honest. No. Go watch it. I'll watch it when it's free on streaming platforms. I'm not going to pay for it. Xenomorph fashion show? What? You mean like Xenomorph, or you think they're going to do a crossover? Has Warframe ever done an IP crossover? Ever? Dressed like Ice and storm the cinema. Why, so I can get shot? You want me to get shot? You want me to get shot? Is that what you want? You're doing the pew pew, not them?
I dream of it amongst the wild threads.
Other use Warframe IP? Wait, who's done Warframe crossovers? It's in Smash and Balatro and PUBG. Really? I didn't know that. That's cool. I haven't played PUBG in a while. Might be fun to play again. Huh, where'd my assault go? Wasn't there an assault right here? Weird. I have no fuels? Oh, because I died, right? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. What assault? There was never an assault there? I could have swore there was an assault. Like a full assault ornithopter right there. I remember building it and putting it right there. What happened? Could have swore. Maybe I'm crazy. Must have been the wind. Must have been. Welding torch is about to break. You're about to break. I'm about to break everything you say to me.
Only one step closer to the edge. I'm about to break.
Alright, once this video's done, what do we play, chat? What do we play? Should we make a new TFD build? Play a horse game again, but you have to voice them. Oh my god, dude. Horse girls, horse girls, horse girls. Do you guys actually like watching horse girls, or are you just memeing? Can people actually like watching that? Like, is that fun to watch? So I think that this whole area is actually, like, some people say just remove it because it doesn't fit. And I actually think they shouldn't. I think this is a very unique looking screen that is super fun. It's just very underutilized right now. Because right now, as you can see, I'm like moving around the world map. There are mechanics on it. You can see I run out of fuel and run out of water. For whatever reason, the water and fuel that you have on your ship when you're on this map are not your actual fuel or water, right? It's not the water meter you have on your character, and it's not the fuel you have in your vehicle. It's a separate resource. And you recharge these by going to these deposits, standing on them for a few seconds, and then your meter will fill up and you'll be back to full as well. But I think what they could do is they could add new planets, new zones, new biomes, new areas, and you get to them by using this cool overworld map. It almost feels like an old arcade game like Galaga or something, and I think they could add mechanics to it. They could add like boosts and jumps and, you know, racing and like really cool stuff that could make this feel really fun. You can see right now there are other players going place to place. Like, it actually is, it shows other players moving around. However, right now the only thing you use this map for is going from place to place. So you go, Harco Village is one of the main hubs, and then you just slowly move in a straight line across this giant square, and then once you get to the location you land, and that's it. Like, there's not a lot going on. They did promise that there would be mechanics on this in general, so like they said that there would be random dungeons that would appear on the overworld map that you could land on, and they would have unique loot. As far as I know, those aren't implemented. I've not seen a single one show up the entire time. I haven't seen anyone talk about it the entire time, so like most of that has been kind of a miss for me in general, but I think it could be cool, like unique locations. Some of the main story quests does have it, so like I'm out of fuel here, you said go over here, I stand on top of this, and then my fuel bar is going to go up and refill. But like some of the locations that you experience from the main story quests are from this overworld map, and I think this could actually be a really cool, fun addition to the game that breaks up the monotony of just running around in the desert. Is now you get to kind of play around with this. You can only enter this map once you have an ornithopter built and you're flying around, but I think it's cool, and I think they should put a lot more effort into making it stronger. The racing do be hyped. It's cute. You played yesterday? Yeah, we played yesterday for like 45 minutes. Gold Gate? Oh, the horse. Play horse game. Why do you guys... I feel like you guys are just memeing. Like, you don't actually want to watch horse game. You just want to say horse game. I can't imagine horse game being fun to watch. You actually do like watching horse game? It doesn't even have like a full screen. It's like a mobile screen. It's like two mobile screens side by side. They didn't even bother to make a PC version that has a full screen. You know? The Races has portrait, does it? I take everything over WoW or this fake Star Wars. I haven't played WoW in like a year or two. What do you mean over WoW? Why are you using WoW as a baseline? The JP version lets you go first person? Why not the English version, bro? What the frick? I could play WoW. World of Warcraft does sound fun, actually. We can also jump into Lost Ark for Forb. We'll do our weekly raids. Wait, is their base unpowered? Oh no! Yeah, this person must have quit. Their base is unpowered. That is so sad. Minus everything. Now, when it comes to the immersion aspect, it's actually pretty good. So this is my Haga Basin right now. All the Haga Basins are limited to 40 people, unfortunately, but each person can have like 3 different bases, and you actually get a kind of wide list of people using different building sets and kind of creating their own bases, and you actually end up getting a pretty interesting layout here. You do have situations like this one right here where people just got bored of the game and quit. So this is someone that built a full Harkonnen base, but then they just quit and stopped playing. So now their base became unpowered, their ornithopters decayed and got destroyed by the sand, and I'm guessing this player is no longer playing anymore. All the effort left to dissolve. The desert taketh. Check for loot? Joel's not gonna let me loot. I wish I could scrap vehicles that aren't mine, but you need permission to scrap someone else's vehicle. I wish if a vehicle was abandoned, you could like detach and stuff, but you can't. And if it's unpowered, the doors might not open, right? There's your assault, no? No. Vehicle is not salvageable. Yeah, if the power's off, the doors don't work. So I can't get in. Can't you check their storages? That storage is broken. Those are... That's a thruster. It says storage. No access. Can you claim that base? I mean, I guess you could. You could put a thing down, yeah. But the doors are locked. Like, they don't work. They're unpowered. I literally can't get in. Even though the base is unpowered, I can't do anything. Oh, maybe. Oh! No access. I can't even pillage. Joel's vision, bro. Like, you can't even pillage in this game. No access, no access, no access, no access. Nothing, dude. Joel's vision. Break it? You can't. You have to have permission. You can't break it. There used to be a bug where you could cut array it, but you can't. No access. Yeah, maybe it's just unpowered, but there's still a thief somewhere? I don't know. Kind of a cool little layout. This was PvP, all that would be yours? Not in Joel's vision, it wouldn't. I don't even see a thief anywhere. Oh, right here. No access. Wait, so this base is unpowered, unprotected, and I can't do anything with it. Joel's vision. Joel's vision. Unpowered, unprotected, and just sitting here. I'm about to break. Curse you, Bale! There is life in me yet. I hereby vow, I shall fill you with harpoons. And in general, I really like the building system. I mean, there's some games that have better building systems, but I think this is one of the better versions of it. It allows for a lot of creativity with creating areas for your vehicles, crafting stations, different shapes and shape languages. And I think as they add, this is the Harkonnen amount of light that you have here. But I think as they add more building sets and more, construction sets and things that you can do, you actually end up creating a really fun atmosphere for a building / survival game that really shines in the Dune universe. Try placing a new thief. Whatever, man. It's in the past. It's behind us. It's ogre. It's all ogre, bro. Speaking of power, do we have power? 12 days of power. Wait, why did this go up? Don't we have a whole bunch of fuel? Alu? Times 5. Okay. 500? Space is dark. That's the Harkonnen style, bro. Unfortunately. Unfortunatamente. Corpses. What was that? Duralulu? Can't place new thief with the old one still in place? No. Joel's vision, bro. Joel's vision. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo. If the V-Rising castles are still up, I mean, the server's down, but I'm sure they're still there. If I launched the server now, I'm sure they'd still be there. Hi. Hi, princess. How are you, my love? Okay, then. When did I crash out over Dune? That was 2 days ago, right? We can get the, was that 2 days ago? It was, right? We've been playing DBD. Was it 3 days ago? Don't they burn fuel while the server is down? Maybe? I'm not sure. I think this was the day. Was this the day? Oh, I was here. Yeah, I can tell how dejected I was. Lol. 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 Now let's talk about the question of the hour, because I think this is probably the most talked about topic for Dune Awakening and where it sits right now, and that is the idea of PvP, PvE, and everything in between. Because I think that right now, at least the vision that they had for the game from Funcom is that they would be able to perfectly blend PvE and PvP in their game to the point where everyone's happy, PvEers are happy, PvEers and PvPers are happy, and everyone's super excited. But I think what's happening right now is they have created a game that has alienated both PvEers and PvPers, where most of the PvP in the game is very segmented to certain areas or is very relegated to ship combat. So this is me. I was, in the deep desert with my assault trying to get spice. Someone waited around the corner until I got out of my ornithopter, shot me with a couple rockets, and then just started blowing me up, disabled my locomotive module, and then destroyed my ship from that standpoint, which that's kind of where a lot of the PvP is right now. The Joel's vision faced, bro. Yep. Yep. Yes, sir. Do you have any goals in Dune? Not that I haven't accomplished already, no. I've kind of done everything I want to do in Dune right now. I'm just waiting for new content, really. There's nothing really else for me to do. TBH. Now, the tried and true solution that most games have been able to do over many, many, many decades of gaming is that they find ways for PvPers to be in their element and fully enjoy the PvP experience, and also PvEers to be in their element and fully enjoy the PvE experience. But I think what they've done right now in the deep desert they've created for endgame, I think is not a very good form of PvP, right? Because you can't loot things from other players. Most of the PvP is anonymous, which means you don't know until someone kills you what their name is. And then even if you know what their name is after they kill you, you can't find them again. It's not like you can create rivalries. Like all of the experiences I've had that have been super fun in open world PvP of this style, Daok back in the day, RVR, doing PvP in like EverQuest 1, classic WoW or original WoW, or even just like PvE/PvP survival games. A lot of it, you can create rivalries, right? Some person comes and they hurt you and they take something away and you get pissed and you set up some ambush to take them down. And then they call their friends in, you call your friends in, you have this big war, and it's super fun. You're trying to best people. However, a lot of the systems that I think are implemented in Dune Awakening endgame right now don't allow for any of that at all, right? Like the fact that everyone's anonymous, you can't see name tags, you don't know who the person is, they can hide away from you. All of this is exacerbated by their kind of shoddy server meshing system. So right now I play with maximum draw distance on. However, maximum draw distance right now is like from me to that dune halfway across the screen. It's like a couple 100 meters at most, which means that anyone past that, even at maximum draw distance, won't be there. You can't see people from very far away, which means as you're cruising around looking for PvP or trying to do PvP, people will pop in and out of existence, even at short distances, which means that you get ambushed even when you were being prepared. When you're looking around, listening and paying attention, because of the way their, networking architecture is set up, even if you're doing everything right, people can still get the jump on you because they didn't load in on time, which is super bizarre and very weird for an open world, open area PvP of that kind. Add to that the anonymous aspect to it, the fact that you can't see who it is, you don't know who they are. I think it adds to the immersion of the experience, the fact that people can hide, right? Without UI elements, it's easier to hide in plain sight because you can just stand still, you can hide behind a corner, you tuck your vehicle away. The UI elements will usually give you away in PvP situations, but I think it also takes away the rivalry aspect of PvP so that you can't develop rivalries with other players. Like you don't know who it is, you don't know where they come from, you don't know what faction they belong to, you don't know what guild they are, you don't know anything about them, you can't develop any kind of interaction between that player because everything's anonymous until it's all said and done, and that's assuming even the name telling even works. Half the time when I kill someone, they don't see my name. When someone kills me, I don't see their name. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It doesn't work all that well. So it just kind of takes away the, the gritty, harsh player versus player experience by not having the core elements that are there as well. Add to the fact that you have all the jankiness and the teleporting and the loading in and out and disappearing and all of that. And then you add to the fact that now they're trying to move the PvE areas into the PvP areas, right? Because they forced the PvEers and the PvPers to cohabitate, the PvEers are upset because they're getting ganked by PvP players, and the PvPers are upset because they can't get the value that they want out of what's going on. So the whole thing is just kind of a mess. And now, because the PvEers have been upset for the last couple of weeks, they actually took the PvE safe zones and moved those further into the deep desert so that PvEers have access to the tier 6 materials that they can do. I mean, sometimes you get situations like this. Like I'm flagged in PvP right now. Me and this other guy have no intention of fighting each other. We're not equipped with rockets right now, and we're just kind of just peacefully like living in this this relationship where I don't shoot him, he doesn't shoot me. We're just trying to get spice and that sort of thing. I don't have rockets on my ornithopter right now, so everything's chill and we're just vibing. But because they moved the PvE zone further up into the PvP area, you get more PvE griefing, but you also get these really weird situations where PvPers are upset because now PvEers are encroaching on their space. PvEers are upset because now there's PvPers that are kind of trying to, body block them and do ridiculous things. There's even situations where even in the PvE zones, if you're flying a big ornithopter like a carrier around, other players might come behind you and body block you or grief you by blocking the entrance to your base or preventing you from exiting a dungeon. Like it's almost like creating the worst case scenario for PvE and the worst case scenario for PvP so that everyone's unhappy. It's not even a happy compromise. Everyone's just upset because they're not getting what they want out of the whole system. So I think the simplest solution for this is to do what pretty much every other multiplayer PvE/PvP game does on the market in the gaming industry now. Create a space for PvPers to enjoy PvP and create a space for PvEers to enjoy PvE instead of trying to force them to cohabitate and force them both to suffer and have a lesser version of what they want. For example, what a lot of MMOs or MMO lights do is they have a PvP server where everything is PvP, and they have a PvE server where everything is PvE. Now, generally, as an ex-developer, I can tell you there is always a risk in fragmenting your audience, right? This happens all the time in MMOs where, certain areas get too fragmented, queues get too split up, there's not enough players, especially as the game gets older and older, and the player base naturally wanes as people get bored. You get a situation where if you have PvP servers and PvE servers, maybe the PvP servers get underpopulated or the PvE servers get underpopulated, and you lose that kind of, other player experience that you have. And this was also on their survey that they put out recently as well. So all of that is part of the experience. However, I think PvPers, myself included, would be super excited to do a PvP server. If they did a PvP server where Haga Basin was pure PvP and Deep Desert, like only the faction hubs are safe, everything else is pure PvP, I would love that. I think that would be super fun. Like you're always on edge, even in Haga Basin, like you're trying to hide from people, you can gank people, you're always like fighting for your life. I think that would be super fun. You'd have to do something where the bases, like your main headquarters base in Haga Basin, would be protected in some way. That way you're not like, when you log off, you're worried about your base being raided. But I think games like Rust do this really well. Even games that they've created, like Conan, for example, right? All of the games that they've worked on have systems like this. And I think that could be really cool if they wanted to go down that road. And they could also make pure PvE servers where everyone just focuses on base building, creative mode, collecting resources, moving through the tiers and finding their own PvE experience throughout that could be really fun and interesting for them. I think that they're really trying to do too much with this, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm all for developers trying to shoot for the stars and just get as high as they can. I think ideally, if they could create an environment where PvEers and PvPers could cohabitate and have a great time, that's great in theory. But I don't think they're anywhere near that kind of utopia with the system they develop. I think a lot of the systems they have are very rote and basic, and in some cases undercooked. And so you have it's kind of like poorly implemented systems that don't allow for that kind of ecosystem to exist in a healthy way. And if you're not going to be able to do that, you might just want to cave and create different areas for that. Now, if they don't want to do PvE servers and PvP servers, they could just do zones because they kind of already have that already. Haga Basin, 98% of Haga Basin is PvE only. They could create a zone that is PvP only, but it needs to not be a zone that is where the PvEers go to get the best resources in the game, right? If Tier 6 only exists in Deep Desert, that's not the same as creating a battleground or a PvP area. You're creating a PvE area that the PvEers have to go to get resources to continue their game loop and, keep moving on, but you're forcing that area to be PvP at the same time with poorly made, undercooked mechanics that just don't align with that goal in general. So they could just make Deep Desert PvE and then make an actual PvP zone that is all PvP. I would love it, by the way, if they could create like an urban ground-based combat PvP zone that's as large as Haga Basin, for example, that is all PvP. Like everything's flagged PvP. When you go into this new zone, it's all fighting and it's mostly ground combat using your abilities, using your class, using your weapons, using your armor, the setup you can load up that you bring with you. That would be super fun, and it would create a really fun environment for utilizing the core aspect of the game, the ground combat, the character combat, the skill and class combat that works so well for them. I just feel like where they've built the game and what they've built up to for right now, they've taken this really solid core that's a really good survival game that gets you 100 to 200 hours of good gameplay that is immediately soured by this awful endgame, poorly implemented system that just makes everyone upset and unhappy in ways that they don't really seem to fully grasp as to why. Like moving the PvE zone up in the Deep Desert doesn't make things better for everyone else. And I think they really need to kind of think about what they want the game to be and maybe think about segregating the PvPers and the PvEers in a way where both of them can be happy so that they can cohabitate by playing the same game, not necessarily in the same area, but still playing the same game. MMOs have been doing this for a very long time. I'm someone who plays a lot of MMOs. I've played most of the MMOs ever made. You can go and do your PvP. You can go do your PvE. You can still talk to your friends and you can invite your friends to do arenas or battlegrounds or whatever. All of that works great. And then you can kind of just choose what activity you're going to do, and that activity is optimized to be the best experience for the people that like that kind of activity. You're not forcing people to do things. It's like sending a vegan to a steak restaurant and sending someone who only eats red meat out to a field to eat grass, right? Like neither of them are going to be happy. They're not getting what they want, and you're just kind of like removing the fun from the game in general. Add bots if not enough people. PvP bots will not go over well in general. Those are always so abusable. But I digress. That's kind of my thoughts on Dune Awakening right now. There was more of just like a brain dump than it was like a formal review. But let me know what you think about the current state of Dune Awakening and where it's at right now. The controversy, or I guess the debate, let's call it, over PvP versus PvE, and what your experience has been. I think in general, the core game is very good. They just have a lot of work to do on what they want to do next, which they could solve. They could release a really strong expansion for this game that builds upon the first 5 tiers of the game, creates opportunities for fun PvP, creates opportunities for PvEers to keep grinding the core gameplay loop. And, I think it has a bright future. The ball is just in Funcom's court to see if they can nail it, figure out what people like about their game, build upon the stronger aspects of the game, and maybe, be a little bit more flexible in the areas that just really aren't working for them in general. But let me know what you think down below. Players will not know. They absolutely know. You cannot fool a PvPer with a bot. I don't think that's ever been possible. Unless it's like a turn-based game. If it's a 3-dimensional real-time game, you cannot fool a PvP player with a bot in a 3-dimensional real-time game. You can't. It will never work. Never, ever, ever. Never, 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 never. Awakening my brain dump. You know how many people fall to the Mirage clone? That's a little different. In Apex, you shoot first and ask questions later. I wouldn't say they think the Mirage clone is a player. It's just whether or not it is, they have to shoot at it just to be safe, right? You're not going to just not shoot at it. And I would argue that most people don't fall for the Mirage clone. They just don't know where the actual Mirage is. I can't think of a single case where developers have added AI bots to a three-dimensional real-time game and players never knew the difference. They almost always do. Almost always. And even if they don't initially, give them a few seconds and they'll figure it out. You know? What's up, Hardwired? Lock, thank you for the 28. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Locke wants the horse game. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Horse game now. All right, what do we play now, Chad? It's game time once I'm done with this. But what do we play? What is do play? Lost Ark? Ready or Not? TFD new builds? Warframe? Warframe gathering hours so that I can play the real game? Deadlock. That's an interesting suggestion. I knew horse game was coming up, dude. I knew it. I knew horse game was coming. It's always horse game, bro. League of Legends? Star Citizen PvP bounties? So I can show people what actual dogfighting looks like, not rockets in Dune Awakening? I never understand. Like, I have gotten half a dozen comments about how I'm wrong and that the dogfighting in Dune Awakening is very good. And I just don't know how anyone can say that. I really don't. How can anyone actually say that? How can you sit down and say, yes, the vehicle combat in Dune Awakening is peak? I don't know how anyone can say that out loud. It's crazy to me. actually crazy sauce. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, 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 ba, bum, bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, doo, bo, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop. With guerrilla warfare? It's not even guerrilla warfare. It's just like, I don't know. It feels like any indie developer can implement a system where you shoot projectiles that explode on a flying vehicle and call it air combat. Like, it's just... Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's baby work. It's the work of babies. One of them is NBA. It'd be fun if they added enemies in the deep desert that would actively attack you or collect dust to take back to a stronghold. Dude, if they added like the Sarkadar or whatever, Sardaukar, if they added Sardaukar to the deep desert and more dynamic events, more POIs, and more opportunities for ground combat, I think it would be significantly better. There's actually a fair amount of hidden skill. I mean, there's a non-zero amount of skill in Ornithopter combat in Dune Awakening, but, you know, just because it's not 0, it's 1, it doesn't mean that it's 3,584. Star Fox had more aerial combat. Like, Star Fox 64 had more aerial combat than Dune Awakening. And again, I'm not saying like Dune Awakening is a bad game. It's just you can't say that that's peak gameplay. Like, you just can't. Unless you haven't played any other game. It's bizarre. It's crazy. I get if you don't have experience of other games, but arguing with me that the aerial combat in Dune Awakening is peak is just crazy to me. Actually crazy. There's a maneuver I do to get behind someone shooting me from my 6 that usually gets me accused of cheating. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's pro gamer moves that you can make in Minesweeper. You know? There's pro gamer moves that you can make in chess. It doesn't mean that, like, the movement of chess pieces is very good movement. You pick it up and you put it down. Right? Doesn't mean that there's no mechanics. It's just, it's not exactly the best thing in the world. Oh, should we play Peak? We did play Peak for a little bit. Peak was actually pretty fun. It's hard, though. Hard solo, anyways. Yeah, like Overwatch flying characters has more mechanics than Dune Awakening. Dun 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 dun. No, no, no. Alright. I'm gonna let the dog out. BRB. E, ooh, e, ooh, e, ooh, e, Breaking news, chat. Breaking news. I got access to Killing Floor. Should we give it the old college try? How is he playing? How? Has so much catching up to do Warframe? I do. It's true. We do have a lot of Warframing to do. What game is this? The game of life, my friend. When the PvP combat is jank enough that you can still get your face pushed in when you're 2 to 3 tiers above when you're fighting. The Dune experience. Me when I Dune? Tired of the desert? You can't be tired of it. Get back in Sigma Sector now. Get back in Sigma Sector. Do Sigma Sector until your eyes bleed. If your eyes aren't bleeding, you haven't done enough Sigma Sector. No, you get back in there. You're right. You're so right. Now we can try Killing Floor 3. I think it's only available today, and then it's going away. We can give it a shot. Give it the old college try. Do-de-do-do-do. I said it last time and I'll say it again. What's he gonna say? Play horse game? That's what he's gonna say? Play horse game now. Why aren't you playing horse game? Where's the horse girls? Where are they? Don't know. Claire, now! I've heard I'm the original more times from your screen than heed my words. I'm Melania, Blade of Mikola, and I have never known defeat. Yeah, but that was like years ago, you know? How many times could you have heard Melania's intro? You know? I am Melania, Blade of Mikola, and I have never known defeat, except for that one time where Radon beat me so bad I passed out and had to be carried off the battlefield in defeat. Except for that one time I was defeated, I have never known defeat. Bum, 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 bum. Did you build a new PC yet? No. Adobe? Adobe! Are you cooking, Bear? Every day. Who am I? Winning is all about manifesting. True. You got to send it out into the universe. You gotta practice. What is it? Practice gratitude. Manifest happiness. And stuff. The Sugma sector. The Sugma. Ah. Why no. Really is a sore loser and a liar? She is, dude. She says she's never known defeat except Radon beat her. She literally lost to Radon and has been lying about it ever since. Like, why you lie? Yeah, she lost so bad she had to release a giant bioweapon immediately before losing consciousness on her deathbed. And then her friend had to come pick her lifeless body up and carry it by hand to safety and then resuscitate her. Except, I've never known defeat. Meh. Liar. And the whole time Radon was fighting her, Radon was holding back cosmic bodies. Like, he was distracted and still beat her. And yet she lies. The Melania propaganda continues. Why can't we have high-speed rail? Elon's working on his tunnels, bro. Wow, no. In fact, I don't think Melania ever caught any nerfs, but Radon got nerfed. Even Miyazaki thought Radon was too strong. But Melania never caught nerfs. Though granted, Melania's optional and Radon's not, so it probably necessitated that, but I prefer pre or launch version Radon before the nerf. A life without horse? Horse girl? Why aren't you playing horse girl? Hello? Hello, play horse girl now? Hello? The next thing to talk about is the... Huh? The next thing... Ronnie for life? Ronnie's pretty toxic too, to be honest. She's a little mischievous. But she probably is the most white. Well, I don't know. Maybe the original maiden girl, maybe, I don't know. But Ronnie probably is best girl. Radon is the most waifu. How do we get a toxic bear emote? Do we need one? I don't know. Find footage of one of my crash outs and make it a GIF. You know? Easy game, easy life. Just eat my entire ass. You know? How about that? How about you just eat my entire ass? Damn, it told me, damn. Classic Twitch ads, bro. That's as classic as it gets, man. Doesn't get any more classic than that. Twitch running ads. El Clasico. Bow, 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 bow. Enough Witcher music, bro. Enough. Enough. Or maybe more Witcher music? No, enough. Or more? No. More? No. Yes? More? No. Yes? No. More? More Witcher music? Why play games when you could be in Sigma Sector? Hey, it's Striber. Ranny slander? No. Ranny is best girl. But I was just saying that, like, it's not like Ranny is completely innocent. Ranny was a schemer. That was after her own ends, that definitely didn't benefit everybody, but of all the twisted schemers, Ranny is best girl. There's no drama. That's you and your demons inside you screaming there's drama in Subnautica. You are disgusting. All of you should reconsider how you attend to the drama. Some of you are making the devs even more disappointed at themselves. Likes his own comment. I share a planet with people like that. I share the same planet and the same species as people like that. Those are always the people that like their own comment after they're done talking. It's always the same people, dude. Just the, like, finish saying something outrageous and then like your own comment and walk away. Oh my god, bro. Baba dabba doo. Baba dabba doo. Baba dabba doo. Baba dabba doo. Wanna, wanna. Wanna, wanna. Bana, bana. This is done downloading now? Oh, I just finished. I can invite people to Killing Floor. I have 2 invites. I think it's ending tonight, though. How long are we gonna go before Warframe builds? I just need to find a way to get over the sourness. Because every time I think about making Warframe builds, it's just like, you know? You know when, like, I had a friend who, he had a really bad experience in college. Like, it's the most drunk he's ever been. It was this, like, pineapple mixed drink that they had in, like, a party bowl. and he drank so much of this pineapple like juice mixed drink that every time he smells pineapple juice, it makes him sick. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I feel about Warframe builds right now. Is like every time I think about making Warframe builds, I think about the sourness. And then I'm like, do I really want to do it? I don't know. What's up, child? DBD League has over 2,000 viewers, competitive. Oh, great googly moogly, bro. You hate fruity sweet drinks? Yeah, he just, like, it was like blackout in a bathtub next to your own vomit level of like, alcohol toxicity. And it was all off of one pineapple mixed drink. And so literally to this day, he still can't drink pineapple juice without getting sick. Like, his brain has associated those two things together, and he can't separate them. And that's kind of how I am with Warframe builds right now. Surprised you haven't jumped on the Destiny train. It's hard to get into old games because there's so much catching up to do, and then there's no guarantee that once you finally caught up, that it's going to be worth the time investment, right? And there's also just a lot of pre-existing vibes that make it harder and harder. DBD League. It's not even going right now, Wolf. Please stand by. Killers are cleaning their weapons. Competitive DBD. 2 words that you shouldn't use in a sentence. Competitive DBD. It's like competitive Mario Party. We're gonna have Mario Party esports. That's kind of what those are the same thing. Competitive Mario Party sounds fun. Competitive party games. I mean, DBD is a party game. It is. DBD is a party game. How much room do I have? Bro, is Strippin still playing horse game? No, he's playing Swords of Fury. Streets of Rage! Free Luigi! Who am I? I am the original. Alright, we'll finish this and post this video, and then I guess we can play Killing Floor 3 while it's available. Give it the old college try. Yeah, they have like stats and stuff. You see this? Upcoming match, Killer. Wait, Nurse? Actually, watching a competitive Nurse against 4 good survivors would be interesting. That's how Matthew knows not to nerf her. Competitive Evolve deserved better. That whole game deserved better, to be honest. Well, async team number games not always just suck for one of the parties. That's part of it, right? That is part of it, is that it's asymmetrical. Now, sometimes you solve asymmetrical by rotating, right? So you have like a team of 4 and a team of 4, and you play 4 matches. You have one person play killer against the other 4, and then you rotate the killer, and then each team gets to play killer and survivor, and you kind of balance that out. The problem is that you, much like have you ever played like Modern Warfare competitive? The only way they made Modern Warfare competitive is by disabling like 80% of the perks. Right? Like you take away Last Stand, and you take away like the one where you drop a grenade when you die. You take away the rocket launcher, and you can't use this weapon, you can't use that weapon. I feel like in order to make DBD competitive, you'd have to remove like 50% of the perks, 50% of the add-ons, 50% of the items, because most of them are not, it's not possible to make them competitive. This YouTuber was paid by Crafton. Wait, so providing a balanced argument on the Subnautica thing means that I'm paid by Crafton? What a way to live life. What a way to live life, bro. Freaking YouTubers, bro. Freaking YouTubers. YouTubers ruin the world. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Even a COD, it's not enough. Pro players have GAs. Yep. Qualifier. Oh, this is the grand finals. Is it? Wait, no. We're in the semifinals. No, Invictus won. Huh? Wait, did I not finish the thumbnail? I did not. Oh. I thought I did, but I guess I did not. Curse you, Bell! I, Egon, hereby vow. Your fears made flesh. You're paid by Crafton? Are you Pebble? Oh, apparently. DVD was so fun when I just started. Sweaty palms and jumping at each sound, man. Yeah, I know. True and real, bro. So true, so real. Curse you, Bell! Dun 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 dun. To play LA, to play TFD, to play Mecha Break, why not Star Citizen, bro? You forgot one. Da 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 da. Grok, make a song sampling Egon screaming bail. Alexa, play Despacito. Alexa, shut up. To make a Slayer, to make a Valkyrie? Why not both, bro? Let me know if you have any questions. You can't get wrong with any of the classes, to be honest. They get balanced all the time. And today I wanted to give my Bro, come on. Now, the short end of it here is, this is where I would put the Play Scouter. Machinist is actually one of my top 3 right now, or was. However, I would also say that you kind of have to temper your expectations for. A great time with it. Now, as it stands right now, the end game of Dune Awakening is a very rough outline. Do you get in more raids as support or DPS still? You definitely do get in more raids as support, and you get gate kept less. More so at the high level. I would say at lower levels, it's probably fine. It's probably about equal, but at higher levels, support gets favored for sure. But honestly, it really doesn't matter what class you pick or what role you're in. You will be able to find what you're looking for. But the requirements for DPS is a little bit higher in general. But you also have a little bit more gameplay, I would say, and you're racing against yourself. Although, do they still have the DPS meter? The big thing about supports is trying to find your utilization and like tracking it, but I don't know if the DPS meter still works or not. See, their vision for the end game was really just was people would pick up Dune Awakening, get through that 50 to 200. Scrapper rework. So with that kind of overview out of the way, let's go through like the now when it comes to a survival game, solo raiding a support probably sucks balls. Yeah, it probably does. Next, moving on to the combat. I see Scrapper rework? Has it been very recent? Or are you talking about the one like last year? Joel's vision, true, bro. However, that's not really a major detractor, right? It's not like you're... Now, part of the problem right now, at least in the current state of the game, is that most of the combat that happens in PvP last year. Oh yeah, you're speaking in the past. So what I'd love to see them explore is more, but I think what you're sold on and what you experience through the Haga Basin, again, that I mean, Breaker and Soul Eater broke the game. There's so many of them, and they're so satisfying and easy to play. Those two classes are easily the two most popular in West. Now, I think they also have some things that they could tweak up with the abilities as well. There are some abilities that are just gonna go, like, hello? Like, hello? They also have a really cool environment. Slayer, Demon, Pally, Bonk, maybe Valkyrie. Oh, 2 Paladies, one with boob, one with no boob. Wow. Not even gonna put like an artist or a bard in there. 2 support and some DPS is gonna be, yeah, that's good. You might be better off focusing on 1 or 2. Doesn't seem like you have the time to do a full roster of 6. The next thing to talk about is the overworld. Now, when it comes to the immersion aspect, it's actually pretty good. So this is my Haga basin right. See that? Right now, all the Haga basins are limited to 4. What is that? 1812. Now, when it comes to the immersion aspect, it's actually pretty good. You deleted your Slayer? Why would you ever delete a Lost Ark character? And in general, I really like the building system. I mean, there's some games that... Oh, no. Yeah, no slots, I guess. They still haven't started? Curse you, Bale! Did Gork release it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I'm not Gork. Why would I know? Who's Gork? I think he's making a meme out of Grok, Mecha Hitler. Alright, there it is, bro. Second video. Oh, I need a poll. Let's make a poll, shall we? What's our poll today, chat? Ba ba boo ba ba bee 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 bo ba ba bee 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 bo ba bee ba boo ba bee 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 bo bee ba 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 bo ba ba bee bo. Arc Raiders. Okay, so Arc Raiders, Borderlands 4. Let's just do another one of these, huh? All the way. Favorite horse girl? We're never escaping, dude. We're trapped here forever. Borderlands 4, Path of Exile 2, 0.3 new season. Arc Raiders. Gothic Remake. GTA 6. Subnautica 2. TFD is toast. Real? Hey, what else do we have? Ready or Not console? Wu Chang? Ain't nothing to F with? Ghost of Yote? Resident Evil 9 Requiem? It doesn't matter what I put on the poll. The poll's always going to be wrong.
Why didn't you include my favorite game, Space Invaders? How could you make a poll without my favorite game on it? Oh, I hate YouTubers. YouTubers are the worst. I hate them.
Oh. Uma? They started yet, or are they just teasing, bro? Bro, they literally are just AFK the entire time. This DBD tournament's never starting, ever. It's never coming out, it's all over. It's all over, bro. Should Dune be PvE only? No. I think they just need to do a better job of making PvE and PvP. Just like every other developer on the planet. You know? Just get with the times is all they need to do. Get with the times, old man. Get with the times, old man. What's up, Chem Dog? 10 years, damn. Who's your favorite horse girl? Hee hee. Wah 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 wah. What's the last one? Resident Evil 9. Feeling fine. Oh, the Umberformer from Battle Pass? Nice. Was a poll suggestion? Oh shit. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Yeah, that would be an interesting poll option, huh? True. Why does this feel squashed? Feels like her face is squashed, doesn't it? Maybe I'm crazy. Boom, boom, bow, 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 bow. All right, new poll, chat. Vote on it, or else. Or else Egon will come for you, fill you with harpoons. Your face is squashed. Your face is squashed. What the heck? How dare you? How dare you? All right, should we check out Killing Floor, chat? It's today only, I think. Today only. Meow, 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 meow. I clickbaited you? What is the latest Dune Awakening drama? I clickbaited you? How? What? How did I clickbait you? Huh? Now, 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 bow, now, now, bow, now. Goodness. Ding dong, ding ding. Ah, the famous peach. Glorious. The famous peach. Intel inside. Compiling shaders. I'm gonna compile. Compile faster. Chop chop, bro. If you compile shaders for too long, my Intel processor is gonna break. Quickly, quickly. It's okay, Intel processor, hold on. I know it's hard. It's okay. My 13th gen processor is struggling. It's okay. Little processor. The little processor that could. The little processor that could. Fight hard, little buddy. Fight hard. Spank them like the horse trainer you are. A wild statement, bro. All right, new video, chat. Check it out. Like, comment, subscribe, bell notification. Or else. Can you compile the shaders? What are you doing? 1433. 1380. 11. Compile them. Compile them. Now. 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 Compile now. Faster. Faster. Compile them. Now. Now! Faster! Curse you, Bale! There we go. Welcome to the beta. This is a pre-release look at the game. You may experience issues. Listen, I experience issues every day of my life, okay? You think I'm not used to it? You think I don't know what that's about? You think I don't already know? Everything is destructible? Maybe. Wait. Yeah, I just hit that, Cryo. Thank you. So that's gonna be, whoops. Thank you, Cryo. That's a hot, yeah. Glad I hit that screen. Because it invited me to the playtest on Steam, but it didn't include that in the invite. I don't think. Yeah, the invite just says, hey, play, have fun. You've been invited, check it out. Here it is. But yeah, with that pop-up, then we can't. So never mind. Wait, so why are there viewers for it right now? Some are ignoring it, but yeah, we'll let them F around and find out. Aside from that, how's it going? It's good, man. It's good. Chilling. Wanted to try it out. I guess I'll try it out off stream. Yeah, I saw viewers on Twitch, like people were streaming it and playing it. I'm like, okay, it must be fine. And then we hit that screen, so never mind. I guess we're not playing. Play it on the other monitor, muted, and then just talk about it. No. All right, well, that's out. Now what? Now what do we do, chat? There's a Killing Floor 3? Yeah, it's coming out in 2 weeks, actually. Why would they NDA a beta that's 2 weeks before launch? Seems kind of intense, huh? Yeah, the beta before wasn't NDA'd and the game's coming out in 2 weeks. So why would they NDA this one? That's wild, Tome. Couldn't get into 2. Well, we'll see about 3, but I guess we can't experience it together. The Gork? Okay, so we have TFD new builds. We can do TFD new builds. We can do Warframe progress. What else do we have? I'm not gonna play the freaking Horse Girl game, bro. Why would I play the Horse Girl game? We can play more DBD. I don't recoil at that idea. Play some Star Citizen. We can play some Lost Ark. Help Thorpe get caught up and get back into the game, you know? One hour of Claire. Is this like my medicine? I have to take 1 hour of Claire a day? Help the doctor go away? How many options can I put in on a Twitch poll? Not many. Solo IM and TFD along with challenge mode and got great times with Bo. Damn. What's IM? Ice Maiden. Solo IM and TFD along with challenge mode? Damn. Well, we can do TFD. It's fine by me. That's fine by me, bro. I don't mind doing some TFD. That's what we want. Dun, dun. Sure, bro. That's what you want. Horse game. Horse game, bro. We can watch the DVD tournament, but they've been on this screen for like the last 20 minutes. Just sitting here. What happened to the game? What does that mean? What game? Are you talking about Killing Floor? It has an NDA, so I can't play it on stream. I'll have to play it off. Is this a screensaver? No, this is the first Descendant. Are you talking about before when I was on my desktop? Yeah, that's a wallpaper. Ooh, I'm attending. Let's go. Bow, bow. No, no, no.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
We can also play PUBG. I don't know why I have a random. I guess because we're talking about crafting a lot. We should play some rounds of PUBG. Oh my god, that would be chaos. Chaos! Fate trigger now! How are you playing? How? How? Or we could play an hour of Clair Obscure for Zell. Feed him his dose of Clair Obscure. Do you add Neo 3 and Gaiden 69? What?
Void storm is intensifying.
What'd you say to me?
Are unfavorable. Proceed with caution. Over.
Descendant, we've confirmed a large-scale mold.
Ninja Gaiden 4 is on the list, yeah. That's what you're talking about. Can't play as the female character or Ninja Gaiden? As long as it's so hard your thumbs fall off, then it's a Ninja Gaiden game. That's all that really matters.
Descendant, the transport has dropped a wide-ranged shaking charge on the ground.
On the ground.
Point energy. Prime the detonator with your RK, then hit the detonation device.
Right when I go to mow the lawn. Imagine doing yard work at this hour. Should do it in the middle of the night to wake your neighbors up, bro. Uh, 11 more Pokemon? Are there even, well, I guess you would have time for that, huh? Who am I? I am the original! PoE 2 and LE in the same month again? I know, dude. And then, like, 2 weeks after PoE 2 is Borderlands 4. Like they're just trying to screw with us at this point. We're here just to suffer. Yeah, I'm just getting all my characters to RK40. I just make sure to do my my Sugma every day. Dun, 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 dun. Clone balls? Silly munchlax. Clone balls? Permit, please? Oh, my lord. Doom, what? Adomawur? I don't even know what that means, bro.
Descendant, confirm arrival at the
Not finding a descendant I gel with now? Maybe it'll be Nell. Maybe you'll gel with Nell.
Descendant, enemy troops are being transferred in large numbers. You must attack their point of origin.
Maybe you'll gel with Nell. I mean, we're getting, like, major weapon buffs in, like, 2 weeks. Inez and Freyna in one area? These poor mobs, bro. These poor mobs.
Captain Elliot, deploying arcade. I am the original.
I'm the original! Who am I? They make beam rifles decent? Yeah. Maybe. What's up, Uma? Thank you. Welcome in. Alright, my Sugmas are done.
All units proceed to transport location.
Meow, meow, meow. You are really triggered by the horse girls? I'm not triggered by horse girls. Are you triggered by horse girls? If they make beam rifles really good, that would be awesome. And that was considered broken and overkill? That's because the point of balance has been moving down the road ever since, bro. We're in a different era. An era where Serena is the target point of balance. That's the world we live in now. Who am I? Bink bonk bing bonk bing 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 bing. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, that's what they said, TJ. Give it a couple months, then they'll break something else and say that's the new point of balance. To me, when they say point of balance, it's as if they didn't say anything at all. It's the most meaningless statement they could ever make. They have said that so many times that it holds no weight anymore. When they say point of balance, that has no meaning. They have fouled themselves on that. Very clearly, they don't know what balance is. But I'm glad they're trying. You played other gacha games? Yeah. Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero. And then before I got into, like, really got into gacha RPGs, I played a lot of other, like, gacha games. Like Brave Frontier or Skylanders. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of drama with the Persona gacha. Man, why do they have an NDA on this Killing Floor 3 playtest? That's actually, like, so weird. The game's coming out in 2 weeks. They've already had an open beta before that. Why NDA this Killing Floor playtest? That's so weird. Is that not weird? That's weird, right? Why are you so triggered by cute anime horse girls? This is the second time I've told you I'm not triggered by it. Why are you convinced I am? I'm getting triggered by you trying to tell me I'm triggered by something. Are you triggered by horse girls? It's okay. They're digital. They can't hurt you. The horse girls aren't real. They can't hurt you, child. Take a breath. You're gonna be okay. It's very rare for a game to have true balance. Yeah. I mean, balance is always a moving target, but balancing a live game is a skill set, and not all developers have that skill set on their team, you know what I mean? And I would say that TFD does not have a good sense of what balance is. They don't seem to have people on the dev team that are good at balancing live games. They're good at making cool stuff. And I guess that's maybe a little more important. What's up, Palatuska? Fate trigger. They balance the jiggles. The jiggles are anything but balanced. Those things are a little off kilter, if you ask me. What, Fate Abridged? You should. Well, the Fate trilogy is the best. If you want to, you can watch the other Fates. The other Fates are pretty good. But the Fate trilogy is the best. It probably is worth doing a Fate watch through. I need the... Wait, is it you that I need? It's you, right? No, I need you. Watch Gurren Lagann. Believe in the me that believes in you. Wah rah, fight the power. What trilogy? Heaven's Feel? Yeah. Well, Unlimited Blade Works, Heaven's Feel. Basically the 3 different perspectives on the same story. I'd probably check it out if it wasn't all Japanese audio. I think some people are like that for sure. Having only Japanese voiceover is kind of rough, but I don't even think the anime has a dub. That's rude. What's up, Freedom? Is it worth coming? Is it worth coming? Yeah, your doctor would tell you that coming regularly is probably good for your prostate. I don't know. Are you asking if it's worth playing TFD? Yes? I don't know. Can you rephrase the question? Give that a second try. Monk of Christ. I think that emote is lowercase m, Hitomi. I think so. Da-na-na. Back to play the game? Yeah, TFD? Yeah, it's worth. Yeah. Are you saying is it worth coming back? Yeah, I think the game's in a good spot. You have a big update coming in a couple weeks, like 25 days or something. So yeah, it's worth coming back. There's definitely stuff you could do in the meantime as well to get caught up for season 3 if that's what you're interested in. Bing bong. Bing a bong. Bing bing bong. Bing bing bing. Bing bong. No, 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 no. Bing bong. Caught the low kicks. Do. Ba beep ba 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 ba. You know what we should do as well? Maybe some Borderlands before Borderlands 4 comes out? That'll probably be worthwhile, right? Just re-familiarize myself with the Borderlands vibe. But should we play Borderlands 3? That is the most current Borderlands. Yeah, you gotta make sure you're on live as well on YouTube. YouTube has an issue with live streams where you can get behind current, but it doesn't do a good job of telling you that you're behind current. This happens all the time in YouTube chat, where like people will like be like an hour behind, but when they type, it shows up to me in real time. So like an hour behind trying to talk to me in the future, and they have no idea. So sometimes you just gotta be careful about that on YouTube. Why did they still haven't announced a release date for a Fate Extra record? Who knows, dude? Because of Joel's vision. Why is there an NDA on the Killing Floor 3 playtest, even though it's coming out in 2 weeks? These are the questions, the mysteries of our time. Moxie's doing 3? 3 is probably the most... Despite it being probably the worst Borderlands, it is the most current Borderlands. So, it probably is the right way. Can you shoot me? Aren't you Volgas? Don't you want to kill me? Aren't I your enemy? Worse is pre-sequel? Oh boy. Bing, bang, 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 bang. Oh, this is my last life. Okay. We fight for real. Worse is pre-sequel? I don't think I've even played pre-sequel. No. Wonderland. Nee. Bitty bing bang bing bing bing. Okay. Gotta do 1 intercept battle. 2 are Tiny Tina, maybe get 3 if you want more itch. I like itch. I'm an itcher man. That's me. But it was bad story and writing. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm kind of thinking of. Like, the 3 story was pretty trash. But it probably is the best representation of where they're going with the gameplay and mechanics of 4. So that probably is the right one to play as a refresher. Do. Destiny major content update by Bungo, and all they did was say, "Hey, you can become a ball." I like being ball. Ball X Pit. Ball X Pit. DBD Debo. Booby ba beep 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 bo. TennoCon stream? Do I have enough hours to watch it? I feel like I'm gonna get stopped at the door if I try to load it up. How can I farm Void Abyss metal fragments? You can't. They're gone. You don't need them anymore. Forget them. Imagine they don't exist. What's up, Jonathan? How are you? All the Borderlands games except Tina. Couldn't get into Tina. Tina seemed like it was very polarizing. Some people really liked it. Some people really hated it. How can I how can I open cores on weapons? You gotta do your Void Erosion Purge. Then you get your cores and you go to the core machine in Albion and slot them in.
Which requires processing of tens of billions of units of data per second. According to the scan results, the structure that appears to be a computing device is full of focused artificial brains.
La 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 la. Hitomi's screaming. He's losing it. He's crashing out. Get the crash cart. Hitomi's gone. Ah! Ah! Watch Tenno now! Play Claire, watch Tenno! Play horse game! Be horse girl! Stop being triggered by horses and play! Dune Awakening has the best dogfighting combat in any ship vehicle game ever made. Ah! Welcoming new players, and the comments are all happy comments. Oh, in Warframe? Lamau.
The enemy commander is using the phase separation veil as a shield. If you overload the computing device, you can create an opening to attack the commander directly.
You glaze, you get gloop shito? Or just so small your name is mentioned in the reply who. Yep. I mean, that's kind of the way it is with games that are that old. You know?
It has a large output, which requires processing of tens of billions of units of data per second. According to the scan results, the structure that appears to be a computing device is full of focused artificial brains. This is how they are processing all that data.
I feel like we actually need to make a schedule now. There's so many games and timelines for summer into fall, we're kind of screwed. I actually have to make a schedule. How dare you? How dare you, Hasselhoff? Hasselhoff, where have you been? Your stream attendance has declined, okay? I want you in my office in the next 10 minutes. We're going to talk about your stream attendance and performance, all right? As a stream chatter, there's been a communication breakdown. Impromptu employee review now. Life has been life? True. So true and real. Chat audit, chat audit. Put them on blast. You see Biscuit's latest video of Glay? No, I don't really watch TFT content. Did she figure out some cool thing? Craft and replaced Hassel with someone else? Schedule 1 hour of Claire. Oh my god, this Claire, dude. It's never going away. Hassel, thank you for the gifted sub to lose it. What the frick? I sass you and you gift a sub? What's that about? I'm in my toxic era, okay? You're supposed to hate me. Oh yeah, because I guess Glay got buffed. It might be fun to do like a Glay got buffed. Haley got some crazy buffs as well. Bunny got some speed buffs. Change her builds up. Claire, Horus, Dune, Ark. He didn't have a sub badge. Well, he does now. Thank you for the gifted. Grats losing on receiving the generosity. Dude, I am. I'm in my Pedro Pascal bougie bitch era. That's me. Where I'm at, bro. Curse you, Bale.
Descendant, there are ancestor drones which give off inversion energy and a container with unidentified arcades stored in this location. The enemy aims to artificially combine these.
It's all about your inner demons. You're disgusting, perpetuating lies and drama. YouTubers ruin the world. Circle, triangle, square.
First, remove the tumor from the container.
Curse you, YouTubers. There is life in me yet.
Just before the explosion happens, find the drone which matches the Archy's properties and use it as cover. That drone seems to have similar technology to your inversion reinforcement.
La la la, lee lo,
If you have found the drone,
blee blee blee, blow blee blee, blah blah blah,
adjust the output to cancel
blee blee
out
blow,
blast energy.
blee blee blow, blah blee blow, blee blee blah, blah blow.
Emitter has been exposed. With this much output, you can remove the
Triangle, circle, X. Huh? Right? Wait. Square, circle, X. I'm blind. I'm blind and dumb. My headphone dent has seeped into my gray matter. There's nothing left. What's the nerf coming for the puzzles? No, they just said they're nerfing it. As if these puzzles are so hard that they have to be nerfed again. I guess. It's old content and it's something that you want to do daily for gold, so maybe they just want to ease it a little bit, but yeah, I don't know.
We need the inversion energy which are installed on the ancestor drone.
X something, X triangle. La la la. La 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 la. Trying to figure out why I couldn't type and every action I took was acting like I had shift pushed in for ages. Looks like one of my cats has somehow opened a virtual keyboard I couldn't see and hard selected the shift in. They're evolving, dude. That's crazy. Dun, 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 dun.
There are ancestor drugs which give off inversion energy.
This person is telling me that this person's saying that they didn't cut any content from early access for Subnautica. How do you know? The internal review said they did, but this person on YouTube says they didn't. What? 200% crit Luna? X square something circle.
Just before the explosion happens, find the drone which matches the arcade's properties and use it as cover.
I'm not wrong because I said so.
If you have found the drone which has the correct arcade properties, I can adjust the output to cancel out the blast energy. Descendant, the drone has been destroyed and the inversion energy emitter has been exposed.
Blah lilo lilo blah 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 blah. Okay, triangle, square, something, circle. Tier 1 to Tier 5 and Dune Awakening is an awesome experience. Tier 6 and PvP is bad. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's kind of where they're at right now, huh? True and real. I'm stuck. Square, X, circle. Me. I like the PvP outside of an ornithopter. I just don't like how little it's fleshed out and how little there is to do. Yeah, it's very undercooked. Very undercooked. Can you feel the love tonight? And I think they should definitely focus on more ground combat that relies on abilities and weapons than vehicle combat, because I don't think vehicle combat in Dune Awakening is very good. It's definitely way below where it should be compared to the ground combat, like the character combat. Your inner demons are stopping you. It's disgusting. Alright, should we try to figure out this timeline nonsense? Let's try to figure out this timeline nonsense. Okay, so we have... what? 7... Can you guys even see this? 7:15 is ready or not console. Okay. We should probably play the Wildgate beta, right? I'm kind of curious about it. Which was Wildgate the space one? That was the space one, right? Wildgate open beta. When does this come out? Yeah, July 22nd. Right. So this is the space game, right? No, 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 no. Yeah, it's like the Wildstar looking space game.
To the Reach, a vast realm of discovery.
Might have to, Jonathan.
Brutal explosions.
Oh yeah, this is like the boarding like comic style one. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. 7/22. Wildgate open beta. This is probably just a single stream. I don't know if I'll play more than that. 7/24 is Killing Floor 3 and Wu Chang. 7/29 is Grounded 2. Yay. And the TFD balance patch is on the 24th as well, right? TFD weapon balance. Then there's a TFD demo. When is that the end of July? Does anyone remember when the TFD Season 3 demo is? Oh, it's on the 24th as well. Wait, what the frick? TFD Season 3 demo is on the 24th. What the frick, bro? Where's Q&A, man? Q&A, man. Okay. Then we have 8/7 is TFD Season 3. Right? 8/21 is Last Epoch Season 3. 8/29. Oh my god, this is rough. Path of Exile 2 Season 3. Oh no, dude. And then 9/12 is Borderlands 4. Wait, is that still on the 12th? Borderlands 4 release date? Yeah, it's still out on the 12th. Okay. Okay. That's October. That's further out. Right. So, what oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. So what we could do now, like today and tomorrow, is prep for Ready or Not. Or maybe we do Ready or Not when it comes out. Like maybe on the 15th we do Ready or Not with the new update. Then on the 22nd, we can play Wildgate for part of a stream or a whole stream. Then when TFD does weapon balance and the demo, we're going to be pretty busy then. And then TFD Season 3. So maybe we start doing TFD after they do the balance. I have questions. You better have answers to the same video that we just watched together. No. No, no, no. Then we have Grounded 2. Do we really need to do a replay through of Grounded 1? Probably not. We may as well just play Grounded 2 early access, right? Ding dong, ding ding ding. Maybe peak for the demo and leave the balances with the release? Or TFD, you mean? We could probably do some here. So what we could do is, right? Ready or not on the 15th. Then there's 7 days in between. So we can do like one or do Killing Floor DOA. Well, I was playing Killing Floor today, but they have NDA on their playtest. I literally can't stream it or record it or talk about it. Like when you log into the Killing Floor playtest, I got into it today. You're not allowed to talk about it or record it, even though it's coming out in two weeks. I don't know why they decided to put an NDA on their playtest. That for a game that's coming out in 2 weeks. That's wild. That's like it feels like it's almost. Do you remember in Cyberpunk 2077 when they let people play the game early before it launched, but they said that no reviewer could use their own footage. They had to use provided footage, and then Cyberpunk 2077 came out, and it was a mess. It feels kind of like that. I don't know. It feels a little weird that they NDA'd their final playtest right before launch. That feels very odd. Not that I have a bone to pick with any of the Tripwire guys. Like, I know some of them, but it just feels odd that they would like NDA and lock everything right before they launch. It's kind of weird. Okay, so we could do Ready or Not on the 15th. Then we could do, I guess, Wildgate, test that out. Maybe we do, like, we could do TFD. Honestly, we could probably do TFD builds and stuff, like, starting on the 24th when they have the new weapon balance. They say they were super upset that the game early on was overwhelmingly negative. Yeah, but it's like, it's not like you can protect yourself from that. You know what I mean? Like, I get that they don't want, if the game's unfinished, they don't want people reviewing it and saying bad things about it. But also, like, if a game's bad, you can't stop people from not liking it. You know? I feel like the closed in, trying to micromanage everything that happens approach usually doesn't end well. You know? I get that they had bad feedback early on and they were kind of resistant to that, but I mean, if you're launching in 2 weeks anyways, it's not like people aren't going to see the game in 2 weeks. You know? Like, they're going to play it in 2 weeks anyways. Maybe they're just hoping that once it's out and everyone gets to play it, that it's less like like, there's definitely something about if you let content creators propagate concepts before people get hands on the game, they'll develop an idea in their head. And maybe that's what they're trying to prevent, you know, where like they don't want people to like get a bad impression of a game they've never played. So maybe they just want, like, maybe, hey, people are going to give bad reviews or good reviews, however, but if as long as the game's out and everyone can play it, then people can formulate their own opinions. Maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know. But usually that kind of like coddling never really works out positively. So we have weapon balance on the 24th and the Season 3 demo. We probably want to play this as well. Although I think I was invited to do like a embargoed version of Season 3 closer to the release date. Killing Floor Wu Chang on the 24th, Grounded 2 early access on the 29th, and then Season 3. And then what we would probably do is we would do TFD Season 3 plus other stuff. The question is, do we do Last Epoch Season 3 for 8 days before Path of Exile 2? I kind of do want to do POA 2 new character at some point prior to that. TFD new builds. And then we probably want to do a Borderlands 3 like refresher just to get like caught up on what Borderlands is, just refresh my brain on it. Before PoE 2? Yeah, but it's good to refresh. It's good to refresh, especially as a content creator. If I'm going to be making guides and stuff, I don't want to like. It's good to like refresh those faculties before we dive in. You know, I'm not like I can't think of this as like a normal player of like don't get burned out. Like it, there is a business aspect to it where I have to be a little bit more on the ball. You know. And then Borderlands 3. But realistically, it sounds like we won't have too much time to do Borderlands. Maybe it's better to do Borderlands 3 now. What do you guys think? We could do Borderlands 3 now while we have time? All in on Borderlands 4? Yeah, Borderlands 4 is September. What do you mean? You want me to just sit on my hands until September 12th? Do nothing? Is that what you want? Borderlands 2 Krieg? No. Sit on horse training. Shut up about the horses! Screw your horses! Because what we could do is we could do Borderlands 3 now, since we have a little bit of freedom. I just want you to be happy. Thank you. I ponder. I'm pondering. I'm a ponderer. Did I miss a day? I must have missed a day. No. There's still time, though. There's what? 24 days left? 4 a day? 4 a day for 24? It's 96. That's more than enough to reach 100. With plenty to spare as well. Ding dong dong. Brotato. Yeah, just be a Brotato main. Truth of the world, bro. Tal, thank you for the 7! Ding dong, ding ding dong, bum bum bang, bang bang bong. Up bong bong bang. Goodness gracious, bro. Ding dong. Bing bong. Or we could just do new builds now. Shallow and pedantic. Are these? We don't need Enlightened Mage, we don't need Sprinting, and we don't need Firebrand. And we don't need the basic ones. We need Frozen Heart. Ball X Pit demo. Just play that every day until the end. What did we get to on Viessa? Is she done? Yes, it's 38. Okay. She's almost there. Almost to 40, bro. Almost. Whoa. No, we do need Frozen Heart. Okay, so this one is wrong. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. Wrong. Okay, so this one's right. Do we need battle aesthetics? We probably do, right? We have no battle aesthetics. Cool. Wow. We got auxiliary with the right stats for battle aesthetics. What the frick, man? Yes, okay. Very cool, champ. Very cool, champ. Rotato is peak. Rotato's pretty sweet. It is. True and real. And true. And real. And true. And also real. Bong bong bing bong ding 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 dong. Ding ding. Any idea on what component set you think might be good for Nell? I'm not sure. I'm gonna wait until I'm actually like there and I have her in hand, you know. Personally. Dun, dun. And there's Lost Ark as well. Should we do some Lost Ark catch up? Oh my goodness. Enlightened Mage could be. Yeah, it could be. I mean, that would just give her raw power, right? And then it's definitely one of the best sets in the game. You're probably right. But she got, yeah, she could also release with a set, and we might even get a new one before then too. What kind of build is your bunny these days? Basic bunny, bro. Very basic. Hi, sweetie. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Today's the 13th, right? Do horse training. Do horse training. Do it now. Horse. 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 La la la. Crit or non-crit? I'm non-crit on bunny right now. But there's enough evidence to suggest that crit could be really good too. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Maybe we just do TFD builds, man. He told me, he's like, do Warframe builds. Warframe? Warframe? Wolfram Alpha? I'll also do PoE 2 now instead of... You spend the whole stream talking about what you want to play, just play. I don't have a heading. Where should I go? Just go. Right, but where? Just go. Why don't you just go? Right, but where? Like, what direction are we going in? Just go. Idiot. Duh. Idiot. Just go. Just play horse game. Duh. Ugh. Play! Play now! Or else! Play! Power World? We could, dude. We could. We could, bro. Oh, let's work on a, let's see. Do I even have anything here? I don't think I do.
The vulgar.
The vulgars can't see me. 'Cause I'm in their blind spot. Okay, then. An updated tamer build. Let's frickin' go, dude. Alright. Let's do... Is Overcharge Edge still worthwhile? Probably is, huh? We can make an Overcharge Edge build. Oh, but there's that Sharon guy. Do you think Sharon guy is going to tell me I can't play Overcharge Edge? Should we ask if Sharon guy is allowing other people to make Sharon builds? I don't know, dude. It's kind of sussy baka. Also, I wish I could cover up my butt in this skin. Like, the skin is cool except for the butt. Why does everything have to have a butt? Why can't I just be a robot? You know? I want to be a robot. Why can't I just be a robot, bro? Okay, so I need to like refresh myself on what it actually does. Let's see. The USB for that? Oh yeah. Okay, so if I remember from the last time we tested this, like a year ago, consume shields instead of NP, ambush damage increases by the amount of shields consumed. But I think when we last tested this, even if you had one shield, it was the same amount of damage, right? Maybe we should make an ATAMS build first. Do I bring back out my sheet? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Are we resurrecting? Where is my sheet? Granted 2 access at the end of this month? Yep. Yep. Super exciting, too. Granted, it was really good. It's gonna be a bad feeling that they NDA'd this late. I mean, maybe they just want to get the game out and just get it in people's hands instead of letting the rumor mill play around with it too much. And they're just doing this as like a performance test to see if it works or not. Oh my god, look how old this is, dude. I think almost all of this is outdated now, right? Oh my lord, bro. There's so many mods and stuff to add to this. How do you even? I don't. Most days. Most days I don't even. And it's not like 2 weeks is enough time for them to make meaningful change to the game. I don't know. Maybe they just want to ship the game and be done with it. Who knows? It is very weird that they're NDAing a playtest that's 2 weeks before launch. That is very odd. Definitely doesn't leave a positive vibe. Is it worth rebuilding this from scratch, chat? I don't know. Like I don't know how much confidence I have and how much of this is accurate now. Like a lot of this could be outdated now. Right? There's also a bunch of new mods and like a lot of this stuff is old. I did some purges and could not find one core binder. So the core binder you get from the shards from like 400% operations or Abyss, and you get 200% of those fragments, and then you craft a core binder. So the core binder you'll get from research at Anais. Sorry, Anais. Listen here, Paleo. You want to go over to Anais down in Texas. Anais will allow you to craft things. Yeah, go to Anais and you'll be able to craft the core binders there. So what we could do is if we wanted to do some theory crafting here, I might have to redo this, huh? Yeah, the metal fragments, yep. So do 400% infiltrations and Abyss, Colossus, and then you'll get the fragments and you'll craft that into core binders, and that's how you... It's basically like a flag. It turns on the weapon to be able to accept weapon cores. Great googly moogly. Do I even have... How many weapons are on here? Is this going to be worth it in the end, chat? 80 weapons. Okay, so what weapons are missing? Let's see. Do I have the Malevolo? I don't. Okay, so Malevolent's missing. That's one. It is a hand cannon. Malevolent. Do we have ATAM? No, it's probably on my other sheet, actually. Now that I think about it. It is. Okay. So, Malevolent. Ancient Knight is not on here. You guys probably can't even read this. It's too small. That is an assault rifle. Ancient Knight. La 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 la. Excava? Is Excava on here? Excava's not on here? Oh my lord. Holy moly, that's really out of date. Oh no, I do have Excava. What? It's right there. I'm blind. Okay, well not that out of date then. Fake spreadsheets. Most players want to understand or comment where you're telling them and still build 200%. Yeah, but like, you know, if I'm gonna put out builds, I want to be able to make sure my builds are sound. You know, it's more for me, I guess. Bum, 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 bum. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Okay. Kingsguard, Greg's Reversed Fate, Nazastra's Devotion, Python, Sigvor's Proof, Secret Garden, Wave of Light, Excava we have, Albion Cavalry, Frostwatcher, Piercing Light, Enduring Legacy, Restored Relic, Blue Beetle, Thunder Cage, Executor. Do I have Executor on here? Yep. Voltia was new, right? Do we have Voltia on here? We do have Voltia. Smithereens is not new. Hammer and Anvil we have. We just never tested it. Final Masterpiece, Divine Punishment, Perforator, Clairvoyance, ATAMs. Is what we're looking at right now. Sniper Rifle. 200% crit mods. Just crit! More crit! Oh yes, and Truly Deadly. Another beam rifle. Truly Deadly Cuisine. You know what we could do is instead of trying to rebuild the whole thing, we can just do it weapon by weapon. That's probably a little more mindful, right? Because it's very possible that a lot of these numbers are all wrong now. So, yeah. Especially with multi-hit now and all the new mods and weapon cores and all that stuff. Can you core purple weapons? You can't, right? You can only core ultimates. I don't think you can core weapon core. Yeah, you can only do ultimates. Ah. Well, if that's the case, then purples and blues are irrelevant. Weapon cores are so broken that doing non-ultimates is wasted. So we're only really looking at the ultimates now. Right? Get those out of here. Now the list is much smaller, huh? Look at that. 31 total. Okay, so what we could do is just... This is all dead to me. Right? It's all dead to me. Because it's all outdated. There's no point. This... this is for Void Shard, so this is also dead to me. Right? Yeah, these don't exist. They got deleted. That's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. I did write those down for a little bit. Reactors. Final Wep is useful. We could rebuild that. We don't need this anymore. I don't think we need this anymore. I don't think we need this anymore. I don't think we need... I guess we can leave that for now. Oh, this is for testing. Testing? Testing. Also testing, but we already have one. Huh? Polar Glacial Acrobat. No, we don't need that. That's all old. Oh, this is also Void Shards. Also old. Also Void Shards. Also old. Also old. Well, there you go. Boom. Do these new weapons have base and elements? Let's see. Hand cannon is impact. Red Deadly Cuisine is a beam rifle. That'll be special. ATAM's a sniper rifle, so that'll be high power. Ancient Knight is a assault rifle, so that'll be general. Okay, then we can go in and get... Oh, but if they change the core stats on the weapons, it's possible that a lot of this is outdated now too, right? We really do have to start over. Right? Because the confidence in some of these stats is going to be wrong. Sadly. Because TFT players like TNA, are you responding to my comment from 20 minutes ago about how my skin has butt on it? What is all this stuff? What was I doing a year ago? DPS simple with crit, CDPS, reload MDPS, weak point. Oh, right. This is before I built the testing sheet, so we don't need this stuff either. We have that on a different sheet. Time to empty and reloads we don't need either. We can actually put this over here. Wait. A lot of this is going to be empty as well, huh? I mean, realistically, we should just kill it. We should just kill it. It's all old. Yeah, we should just kill it. We can rebuild it if we need to. Capture an equivalent to an ampule, put it in a containment mechanism, and use it to generate power. True. You're getting my post that late? I don't know. I made that comment like 20 minutes ago. And you just commented on it, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess. Okay, so I mean, I doubt these have changed, but we could, yeah, we could just kill these. We should probably refill these out as well, and these, and the type bonus is always 10%, right? I put this here in case they decided they wanted to refill it, but yeah. Clear. This is 31, but I think this is too many, right? Are there more than one of these? A to Z. Afterglow, Albion. Greg's, King's Guard, Malevolo. I think the most reasonable approach is just to do it one by one. Like, let's just make an 8 times build with Sharon. And then if we end up wanting to rebuild this whole thing, we can. It may not be worth it in the end, but it at least would be a resource that I could use. You know? Truly deadly arson. You're an arson. This whole courtroom's an arson. Hold on, I gotta... Maybe. Okay, so sorry, so sorry. So sorry, so sorry. Okay. So. What did we decide? We decided that we're just going to do it one step at a time. And if we end up rebuilding it, we end up rebuilding it. But I'm not going to start from the ground up. This will just help me rebuild a single thing at a time. Okay, so we're going to do a ATEMS build. Right. No duplicates there. Okay, so does ATEMS have a base element? I only did that for some of the weapons, right? What's an example of a weapon that has a base element on it? They had one to Restored Relic, right? Yeah, it has. Oh, yeah, okay. So it shows on here. Does it show on this screen too? It does, okay. So ATEMS does not have a base element. Not applicable. What's up, Goblin? The void abyss metal is still relevant? Yes, the metal fragments are still relevant, yeah. Dun dun na na. Dun na na na. Okay, and this has firearm attack base is 228,622. Format number like so. Rounds per magazine is 3. Fire rate is... They put fire rate in RPM, don't they? So these would be like way higher. Yeah, that's RPM. Okay, so they do RPM on these. This is fire rate RPM is this. RPS would be that divided by 60. Hits per shot is 1 because it's not a shotgun. Reload time is 2 seconds. Crit rate is base 50%. Crit damage is base 1.5. Weak point damage is base. This is increased, so this is default 1.65. Then we have time to empty. Oh, and then we have, yes, and then there's new stats now. So there's now multi-hit as well. So multi-hit damage? These have built-in multi-hit damage without having a built-in multi-hit chance. Multi-hit damage is 0.1. So that means that if it does multi-hit, it'll do 10% damage on the multi-hit. What's up, Belle? I have to remember that there's a 20-minute delay. It depends on whether you're caught up on the stream or not. Okay, so this is new, I think. I don't think they had this before. The strength of rounds needed to penetrate a target. Resistance varies depending on the target size and determines strength reduction after penetration. What? Weapons have sprint speed on them by... Oh, yeah, so they oh, okay. All weapons have base multi-hit damage. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I didn't think they would add that as an option, but, you know. I guess so, huh? Okay, and then aim shot accuracy, drop off. This is the drop off start and end, and then the amount that it drops off of, the max range before it completely fizzles, the movement speed on it, and then sprint speed. So I think they had to do this because of weapon cores, right? And this is not while aiming. This is sprint speed just while holding the weapon. And I guess this must have just been in the back end. They just never made it visible to the player. Because we always knew that handguns were faster when in hand than some of the bigger weapons, but that's kind of interesting, huh? And this must be added because of a mod. No, because of a reroll. Yes. I see. Okay. Cool. So to get that right, okay, good. And then the unique ability of this, it consumes MP to give bonus damage, right? Deals increased damage based on the charge of the gauge. So the longer you hold it, the more MP it consumes, the more damage it does, which I'm assuming has a maximum damage of 260%. That's pretty high. It's pretty good. 0.5 MP per 0.1 seconds. And then I'm guessing once it's max, it stops draining your MP, right?
Would you like to use the laboratory?
Laboratory? Uh-huh. Would you like to use the latrine? What? Am I thinking of Warframe? What level are the mobs in? Right, so this just... And then once it's full, it's done and it stops draining. Okay. Why did that do more? Why is that doing less? Why is that doing two different damage numbers? Huh? Oh, because of waypoint expansion, maybe? Yep, sure is. So that's crit versus no crit. But why is the non-crit doing two damage numbers? Oh, it's always doing two damage numbers. Does it do the bonus damage from the passive as a separate hit? Is that what's happening? So if I do this... I think that's what's happening, yeah. The bonus damage from this meter is a separate shot. That's kind of awkward. Why don't you just make that one hit? Interesting. I wonder if it scales off of stuff the same way. That would be ideal. Okay, then. Oh, my giggles, bro. Have they ever buffed or nerfed mods? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so, laddie. Okay, so bullet integration. Bullet integration we have, okay? Charge amplification we have. I think we have all of these, right? None of these are new. Weak point. Dopaminergic, that's all old. Oh, Veil Analyzer. Oh my god. All attribute attack goes up. Multi-processor. When using a dimension skill, when using a tech skill, has a 50% chance for firearm crit damage for 15 seconds up to 3 stacks. Interesting. I mean, these could be kind of cool. And Sharon is Dimension Fusion. Okay. On landing, multi-hit damage for 3 seconds up to 3 stacks, and inflicts deep wounds on the target. Deep wounds deal damage equal to percentage of fire armor damage at regular intervals. It applies a dot. It's kind of interesting. First shots multi-hit damage increased for a sniper rifle. Wait, so multi-hit sniper rifle is an option. I don't know if it's viable, but it is an option. That's kind of interesting. Upon successful advantage affinity attack, weak point damage, advantage damage increased. These are all the same. What's up, David? I need those. Okay, so we would have to add in, oh my god, we'd have to add in multi-hit on this as well. Cucamonga, bro. Cucamonga. Great googly moogly. Multi-hit sniper is hard to build outside Serena. Yeah, it seems like it would be. Especially with the default multi-hit damage being so low. Like, you'd have to invest so much in it that all of your other stats go low, and then if you don't multi-hit, you're doing basically nothing. Seems like it's a bit of a bait for a sniper rifle, but there is an option for it. Multi-reload, yeah. Execution, yeah. Beating an enemy. And then we have all of these too. Weak point damage, multi-hit damage. Weak point damage, multi-hit chance. Multi-hit, 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 weak point, multi-hit, weak point, multi-hit, multi-hit, crit. All of these for sniper rifles seem to be a bit of a bait, but there could be, I don't know if any of the sniper rifles actually have high base on that, since they added that as a stat. Yeah, see, I mean, piercing light has 0.74 on multi-hit damage base. That's not bad as a starting point. Afterglow sword has 0.1. So actually, you could probably do a multi-hit piercing light if you wanted to. That seems kind of reasonable. Although ATAMs and Afterglow seem like they would not be reasonable. Ding dong, ding 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 dong dong ding 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 dong dong. Okay, so right. What's the best gun at the moment? Probably Last Dagger still. Last Dagger and Restored Relic, and if you happen to be Serena, Ancient Knight's pretty good. Oh. Oh. Question is, do I just gut this and remake it, or do I try to salvage it? It's probably better to salvage. I don't think too many of these things have actually changed. You forgot the Malevolent's also quite good. Yeah, true. We play the TFD beta? Probably. That is the plan. Is there there's a module list, isn't there? So we can just like check numbers. It probably is better to just rebuild, I would reckon. 739. 112. Beta in 10 days on gun buff? Yeah, the gun buff is in 11 days, yeah. And then they have the demo. It's not really a beta. And we don't really know like how much is going to be included in the demo. It could be a lot. It could be a little. We don't know. It could just be like a little bit of biking around, you know? Yikers, bro. Heckin' frickin' yikers. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need this. We don't need that. We will have to install another standalone for TFD for the demo, probably. Yeah, I mean, not for like when the season launches. No, you'll just launch your game normally. But the demo probably will be a separate thing. Using bike and testing the boss fight to make sure it doesn't go down in 10 seconds. That would be smart because they don't have anything that's 8-player right now, so they probably should stress test Wall Crasher to make sure it doesn't brick people's machines by doubling the amount of descendants that are in one spot. Which is terrifying. That's so scary, bro. So freaking scary, bro. Okay, so we have high power rounds here. I think what we could do then is Defense Master. We don't have. Real life fighter. We do have. Veil analyzer, we don't. And then all of the multi-hits we don't have, right? All of them. Multi-processor. Multi-sites. I hate the way they named these, by the way. Where's the like the most ridiculous one? It's like, what is it, like multi-trigger trigger? Who named these, man? What is multi-trigger trigger, bro? Who did this? It could just be a translation thing. It's good. Ah, yes, my multi-trigger. But you have multi-trigger. Do you have multi-trigger trigger? Ah, of course. The multi-trigger trigger, you say. Yes, of course. Multi-bullet. Multi. Lilo Dallas multipass? Don't at me. How about that? Multi-reload. Do I have overwhelm? Overwhelm. Overwhelm is new too. Although I've been using it, I guess I just don't have it on my sheet. Heard you like triggers, so we're gonna put triggers on my triggers. I feel so stupid right now. Why do you feel so stupid right now? Have you tried not feeling stupid and feel good instead? Have you tried that? You should try it. I don't know, toxic circulation on this. I guess the circulations must be new. Yeah, they are. Okay. Farm some cores, let me know. Homie's just fiending for cores. He's fiending. Okay, unstoppable smasher. I'm fiending for weekly reset. Poor Hitomi's just watching me theory crap TFD. Well, Warframe's right there. Strengthen for a shot, special sight, descendant roll, auto reload. I think these are all old, right? Yeah, they are. Both games equally bad. Play Claire. Play Claire! Now! Was Quick Freezer always around? Is that new since my sheet? That is new. I think Venom Injector is new too. Wow! Wow! Lilu Dallas Multipass! Multipass! Remote generator. And then heat incinerator. Are any of these? Let's see. Gotta be careful because some of these are exclusive. Yeah, multi-reload is sniper rifle exclusive. Multi-reload. How do I handle that? Like unstoppable. Yeah, I just put it as shotgun. Okay. So multi-reload is sniper rifle only. Okay. Otherwise, those are fine. Oh my god, they added... I just hate the way they added these mods, bro. Multi, trigger, multi. Or is a multi? You like your multi? You want multi? Yeah? You like multi? You like multi? 50 phase exchangers for day 12 login is a slap in the face. I don't know why they keep doing that. I don't know how someone hasn't sat them down and said, hey man, when you do battle pass stores, no one wants to spend all of their battle pass stores for ion accelerators. Like, what the frick, dude? Like, some of these drops are just... Who's actually trying to farm that small amount of something so important? Makes no sense. But then, that's a Magnum original, dude. That's a Magnum original. That's just how they roll. You know? It's like going to a restaurant and ordering a bowl of rice and they give you 2 grains of rice and you're like, wait a minute, why did you bother bringing me a bowl with 2 grains of rice in it? It's like, what do you mean? It's rice. It's better than no rice, right? I mean, I guess, marginally, I guess. But it's kind of equivalent to having no rice at all. So why are you giving me so little? Have you had rice before? No, I'm just making a reward store, even though I've never played the game. You know what I mean? Multi-piercing fire. Multi-fire. Multi-piercing support ammo. I have an amazing plan to get to the radiant zone with my buggy. Yeah, you gonna drive there? Are you gonna disassemble your buggy, go over there, reassemble your buggy, and so you can get 50 more jasmium, and then you're gonna go on YouTube and tell people they're dumb for not doing it that way? Is that what you're gonna do? Chain aimed shot launcher. First class marksman. Wait, this was always around, wasn't it? No, this is new. Yeah, it is. Don't they have another marksman? God, dude. Launcher. Okay. Then they have chain aimed. Is this exactly? This is exactly the same. It's just a different stat, right? Which means that I don't need a separate one. I can just treat chained aimed shot as one thing. Doesn't need to be separate if it's identical. They're both 8%. I think they're the same. First class marksman is probably also identical, so that's fine. Just a different one. Chain weak point strikes. 6%, 4%. Okay, so these are different. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. I disassemble my buggy and fly it with my scout as close to the irradiated zone without actually going in. Then you land and you reassemble your buggy and you store your scout. And then you drive out. But then your buggy has storage in it, which means you're going to have to drive the buggy anyways. Right? All right, all right, all right. Sounds good, sounds good. Chain weak point strikes has to be because this is separate. There's a launcher version. There is a multi-piercing rifling. Is this? These are the same, I think. Multi-piercing. Oh my god, dude. The good thing is, high power rounds is the worst because it has so many duplicates. Is there a multi-piercing rifling? Multi-trigger rifling, multi-piercing rifling has a shotgun version. Why aren't these sorted by the same place? Multi-piercing? Multi-piercing fire, multi-piercing support, multi-piercing rifling, multi-piercing There's no normal, I guess. So this is 10%, 11%, 10%. So I guess these are all different. Well, maybe the shotgun one's the only one that's different. I then assemble my buggy and farm as much jasmium as possible. It does cut down on some of the drive. Right, but you could just... Yeah, I mean, I guess it does. Yeah, it does. Yep. You can disassemble your buggy and then fly over and then get out and store your ornithopter and then reassemble your buggy and then, you know, you could. All of that is, yep. You could also just probably make 2 trips in the time in your ornithopter in the time it takes you to do all the buggy rebuilding, unbuilding shenanigans. It depends on where your base is relative to the jasmium, but I feel like you could just ornithopter your way in and then fly out using the world map to anywhere in Haga Basin, wherever you want, store the stuff, and then go back and make a second trip by the time you're done doing the buggy nonsense. But if you really want to maximize the cut array on your buggy for jasmium, you certainly can. You know? Okay, so yes. Multi-piercing rifling. Right? So multi-piercing rifling does need this. Ah, man, I remember they loved this, like, plus-minus nonsense. Increase multi-hit damage minus fire rate. Which actually isn't really that big of a deal, because you can core fire rate. Especially on launchers. Launcher. Multi-trigger trigger. Oh my god. Like a little kid named this stuff. Consecutive normal punches. Consecutive weak point strikes. Launcher. Oh my god. My base is way up between the east and west shield wall. Right, but you can go through the world map in your ornithopter, even though it has stuff in the inventory. So regardless of wherever your base is in Haga Basin, you can just take your ornithopter, fly to the world map, exit, and then re-enter near the jasmium deposits, collect the jasmium, exit through the outside of the world map, and then re-enter near your base. Or you could just fly, which in my opinion would just be faster. And I'm not trying to like ruin your vibes, man. Like if you really are like dead set on the whole, you know, fly in with your ornithopter with all the buggy parts in your inventory, then get out and then play a game of Twister and then lick your finger and test the wind and then put down your buggy and rebuild it and then flip it upside down and cover it in baby oil and then drive over to the jasmium and cut it with the cutter A, and then you drive your buggy through the sand and then you smack yourself in the face and you take off your left sock and then you drive your buggy back to the spot and deposit your jasmium. Like if you want to, you know, if you want to do all that, nothing's stopping you. Power to you, you know. There probably is an over-under on what's more efficient versus not. Don't let me stand in the way. I'm just one guy. What do I know? You know? You know. You know. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Consecutive weak point strike. Chain weak point strikes is separate, right? Chain weak point strikes. I almost want... I think Grounded 2 looks good. Grounded 1 was awesome. So, I mean, I haven't seen anything meaningful about Grounded 2, but we'll see at the end of the month, right? Grounded 1 was awesome. I don't have any reason to doubt Obsidian on that. I think Grounded 2 will probably also be awesome. There's definitely a question of like how much different Grounded 2 will be from 1, or if it's just a rehash. But even if it is just a rehash, I think the first one was so good that it's worth it anyways. You know what I could do? That would be more, well, because here's the problem. I was thinking about like maybe we could make make extra ammo types for each of the types. But the problem is there still are high power round mods that apply to all 3 launcher, shotgun, sniper rifles. So separating those out might not be worth it in the end. TBH. Chain weak point strikes, shotgun. Maybe we just put them all in there and we deal with it later. Multi-piercing rifling, shotgun. It cuts down on the chance of mistakes. When I get more comfortable out there, I'll probably change it up. I'm still suffering flashbacks from being eaten by the worm. You think flying your ornithopter to the resource, collecting the resource, and flying back has more margin for error than flying there with your ornithopter, landing, storing your ornithopter, taking out all of your buggy parts from your inventory, placing them down on the ground, building your buggy, adding the storage, getting in the buggy, driving over, and then farming, and then driving back? That has less of a critical path and margin for error than just flying and gathering it? All right. Let me know how it goes. Multi-trigger, trigger number 3. Multi-trigger, trigger. Multi-trigger, trigger. I'm going to trigger consecutive normal punches. Consecutive weak point strikes. Shotgun? Wait, does this work? Oh, multi-hit, right. Well, that could kind of be interesting, huh? You could test that out for shotty guns. Watching, what show are you watching? Multi-trigger trigger? Have you used the hyper-focus mod yet? I don't think so. Sand, it gets everywhere. Consecutive normal punches is where we stopped. Am I blind? I'm blind. I'm blind. Consecutive weak point strikes, shotgun. Okay. Now we're on consecutive weak point strikes, shotgun. Now we're on chain weak point strikes. Sniper rifle. Revival? We're starting a new LA guild? Why would we start a new guild? Why don't we just keep the one we have? You know? Why not just keep the one we have? Are you saying you left the Dry Bear Den Guild? For shame. How dare you? It's not the same. It's got to be a new one. I'm trying to start my new Lost Ark era in 2025. It's got to be fresh. Are you saying I should just use my Assault Ornithopter and the Tarl's Cutter Ray? That's what I would do personally. I mean, I'm not your dad. You can play however you want, you know? Personally, I think flying the Assault out there is fine. You can even do the Scout, it's probably fine. And realistically, at the end of the day, the amount of Jasmium you need is not endless. You can do one Ornithopter run of Jasmium a week and probably have plenty of Jasmium for whatever your needs are. But again, man, I'm not your dad. Play however you want. I'm not saying I'm an authority either. Like, there could be some over-under on what is better versus worse. I'm just saying that for my subjective experience, you know, I generally don't like jumping through 14 extra hoops to get a 2% increase in something. It's just not my kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying? You know? You can't prove you're not my dad. Actually, I can. That is possible. Here, let me swab your mouth. We'll find out. But I would come back with 6,000 Jasmium. You do you, bro. You do you. Bugaboo. Honodorenadu. Multi-piercing sights launcher. This theory crafting bedga. It's very bedga. I can do it off stream if you guys want. You guys want me to put on horse game? Horse game on the screen while I'm doing this? Is that what you want? You want to watch horses race? Horse girls? I'm not going to lie. Having a full page of multi-something mods is actual nonsense. To have a full page of multi-something on mods is ridiculous. Like, couldn't they just name these something instead of multi? Like, what are these names? Multi-trigger, multi-trigger rifle, multi-trigger stick, multi-trigger soup, multi-trigger tomato, multi-trigger piercing, multi-piercing trigger, multi-piercing piercing, a multi, a multi. Would you like multi? Multi-trigger rifling. Multi-percussion sight. Okay. Multi. Multi-trigger rifling launcher is where I start. Multi-trigger rifling launcher. So right here. Multi-percussion sight launcher. When I get better upgrade to my assault ornithopter, maybe I'll switch. Hey man, you do you. Let's name everything as buff and put a number. Buff 1, buff 2, buff 3, buff 4. That would probably be this, like, actually feel the same as this. Yeah, I just used the multi-hit mod. Are you talking about multi, or multi-fire multi, or multi-code, multi-fire percussion multi-drum, or multi-class multi, or multi-aim multi, or multi-trigger trigger, or multi-trigger rifle, or multi-rifle trigger? Which one are you talking about? Or multi-trigger trigger for shotgun, or multi-trigger trigger for launcher, or multi-trigger trigger for rifle? What about multi-trigger trigger? I'll raise you one more. Can I do a multi-trigger trigger rifle trigger? Maybe. Maybe a multi-percussion trigger. Multi? Maybe we could do that. You want to do that? There's no way multi-hit is like this spread out in Warframe. Doesn't Warframe just have multi-hit mods? Why are there so many of these that do the same thing? Morty. Multi-piercing sights. Shotgun. This is only for the high power rounds. Multi-piercing sights shotgun. Multi-trigger rifling shotgun. Multi-trigger multi. Multi-percussion multi-trigger. Multi-percussion multi. Sight multi-shotgun sniper multi. Multi-piercing trigger sniper shotgun piercing rifle multi. Multi-piercing sights sniper multi. You can't directly increase the damage of multi-shot in Warframe independent of the initial hit. So you just increase the amount, like the chance to trigger multi. Any idea why they made the weapon type exclusive? Because it allows them to scale the weapons differently. Because sniper rifle, launcher, and shotgun all behave differently. And they wanted to be able to dial those separately. I think it is the right call so they can make sure everything's aligned. I just wish they didn't have like the naming scheme of like a 5-year-old. What are you gonna call your fire truck? I'm gonna call it Trucky. What about your fireman? I'm gonna call it Manny. What happens if there's a cat in the tree? I'm gonna call it Tree Cat. Okay. Sounds good, buddy. Keep doing you. Multi-trigger rifle trigger. Multi-trigger rifling sniper. Multi-trigger rifling. Multi-rifling trigger. In Warframe, the multi-hit is just another 100% bullet. Also, Warframe doesn't have multi-hit damage. They just have multi-hit chance. Multi-shot is just a chance you shoot an extra bullet without costing a bullet. That sounds way simpler of an implementation than... I mean, I guess this gives them the ability to add more mods and stuff, but it's extremely confusing. Like, we have a full page of multi. And then on top of that, a lot of these multis have an additional negative stat on it. So you have multi with minus crit damage, and then multi with minus multi, and then multi with plus multi, and minus multi with more multi. What the frick are you doing, dude? Stop it. Stop that. Oh, I got a package. 1 second, multi. Oh. What? I just sat down, man. Don't do this to me, man. No, multi. No, I got multied. No. I got blasted, bro. Didn't have enough multi. If you have 2 multi-shot on a gun, you basically have a 100% chance to fire 2 bullets at the cost of 1 for every bullet fired. Yeah, that seems pretty straightforward. A much more clean implementation than trying to separate multi-hit chance from multi-hit damage as 2 separate things. Like, that seems like, you know, and realistically, it is a different perspective. It is more complicated, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. My biggest gripe is just how they've structured it and named it. It just makes it very hard to navigate. What is that? Oh, that's the Eugen. My goodness. 50 round mag becomes 100 round mag. Yeah, it's just you shoot without consuming ammo, which increases your ammo count before needing to reload. Which is pretty straightforward. Versus chance to proc a multi-hit that does a percentage of the damage based on your multi-hit damage, which is kind of like an ancillary to crit. Yeah, but like, this is ridiculous. Look at that. That's out of control. That is out of control. Some of those mods are useless. Okay, we stopped at multi-trigger rifling. Multi-trigger rifling sniper. Not multi-trigger rifling shotgun or multi-trigger rifling launcher. Multi-trigger rifling sniper is where we stopped. Ah, of course. Multi-trigger rifle trigger sight pierce. Stand on the QR codes when you're AFK. I mean, do you need a QR code to bring up the Spotify playlist from TFD? Do you really need an in-game QR code for that? Whether multi-hit damage was worth modding for, I'm convinced TFD players are useless for general questions. I mean, to figure that out, you'd have to do what I'm doing now, which is catalog everything, weigh everything, and then calculate how those impacts are based on the weapon, right? You would have to build a tool that could do that if you wanted an actual answer. Otherwise, you're just firing from the hip, pun intended. Multi-trigger rifling sniper. Multi. First you multi, then you multi, and then you multi. Yeah, the 200% crit Luna. I mean, here's the thing. The reality is you can't reason someone out of a perspective that they didn't reason themselves into, right? If they just decided that something is one way without any evidence or logic, then there's no way you can logic them out of that stance. They're just going to be stuck there whether they like it or not. You know? Multi-percussion sight sniper. Oh my god, it's not called multi. Oh my lord. An actual name. Ammo optimization. So this is the launcher. Low pressure shells? Launcher. I think we already have bullet integration. We have bullet integration sniper, bullet integration shotgun. But we don't have bullet integration launcher for some reason. I don't know why. Assuming it's even different, it probably isn't. Launcher. Whoever's buying mods is pumping out mods with as little thought as possible. He's right, you know. Charge, amplification, sniper, shotgun. Oh, because they added these later on because they realized they forgot launcher. Right? I think that's what happened. Gun barrels we already have. Priorities we already have. I think we already have hit rates, weak point, reload insight, consume magazines. Reload expert, reload insight, reload focus, reload panache, reload milk, reload dragon, reload tiger, reload fire, reload multi. Insight stabilizer? Yep, that's an old one. Fixed shot stance stabilizer, I think, is also an old one. Rapid fire insight, fire rate concentration, weak point. Bullet rain, I think, is an old one. Yar. Impulsive, insight support, support on insight, concentrate, insight support, maximize insight support, supporting the insight, focus, insight. I want to go home and edge. Weapon tuning, adventurer. I think that was always in there, right? Yep. IHOP is mid. IHOP is drunk food most of the time, or like food with your family. Target detection, concentration priority, commando marks. Targeted vulnerability, I think, is new. Targeted Wait, I already have... Wait, this isn't new. I have this one. This isn't new. What the frick? Focus fire, weak point insight, action, slow, anti, pinpoint. I think these are all old. Slow art, compulsive high power. And then there's also increased radius, but that's, I mean, that's not really a damage calculation. This is more of like a feels thing. Better weapon, chill, expand, better electric, vibration, whatever. Food, 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. I mean, if you're like hungover, going to like IHOP or Waffle House or Denny's or whatever is perfectly fine. Okay, I think that's all of the new ones. At least for high-powered rounds. Oh my god, dude. So now there's gonna be Morty for Impact, Special, and General? We're gonna have to add all of these Morty. Oh, my Jesus. Why did they do this? This is why we can't have nice things. This is the reason, Kobe Bryant. This is the reason. This is the raisin. Ah, yes, the Morty. I mean, the calculation might be kind of interesting, but... Because there's definitely going to be some breakpoints for... Since you separate multi-damage from multi-chance, there's going to be some breakpoints for where, like, how much chance you want versus how much damage you want based on the weapon you're using. So at least could be somewhat interesting. Could be. I guess we'll see. Now, presumably, all of these multis are the same for all of these, right? Presumably? So we could just go up to impact rounds. And then, could I just copy the same ones? Maybe? Veil analyzer, multiprocessor, multi-sites, multi-bullet, multi... Oh, this is new, I think. Or this is the status one. Wait, on hitting weak points, multi-hit chance increases. -2 per failed. Ugh. Multi-hit induction. Ultra precision strike? I almost want... Maybe I should just separate these into different ammo types. That might be easier than doing it this way. Yeah. More on the multi. The multi. Denny's is getting high praise. Denny's is great drunk food. I don't know if any of those lists are, any of those restaurants are like, I wouldn't seek those out normally. You know, if it's generally those do well because they're open when other restaurants aren't. You know, bro? Do you know, bro? Anyone watching Evolution tonight? What's Evolution? Evolution? Wrestling. Ah. Morty? Roland's got injured? Like real injured? For realsies? For real? On the flippity flip? Alright, well, I guess I'm doing this then. Well, chat, I'm gonna chill there, and I'll probably just work on the spreadsheet. And pay bills and do chores and stuff, but, you know. It's something to do. This is kind of where we're at right now. I think what we'll do is maybe on, not tomorrow, but the day after, we can do Ready or Not console. And then it looks like we're going to be doing TFD stuff for the time being, because we have Weapon Balance, Season 3 demo. We can do some new builds. And then we could maybe check out Killing Floor 3 and Wu Chang, or just one of those maybe. Grounded 2 early access, and then we have TFD Season 3. But then, like, the big ones we're looking for here is Path of Exile 2, Season 3, and Borderlands 4, but those are a ways out. You know? What about Diablo 4? What about no? Diablo 4 is too casual for me. If I'm going to play an ARPG, I want to play an ARPG. I don't want to play, like, a diet ARPG. There's nothing wrong with Diablo 4 being very casual. I think that there are people that like a more approachable, digestible ARPG. But yeah, I think Diablo 4 is just a little bit too... It's always been a little too surface level for my taste. You are being too critical of Dune Awakening, and it feels like you didn't really experience the game. So let me make some corrections. What? After 500 hours review of Dune Awakening, it feels like you didn't really experience the game. Where do these people come from, dude? How do these people exist? Like, how do the neurons connect in your brain this way? Because you don't have enough hours. You disagree with me, and it's because you haven't played the game long enough. If you played the game longer, you would eventually agree with me. That's how it works in this world. Vehicles have really good physics, collision, and destructible parts. Is this the first game you've played with vehicles in it? The only way I can think of someone saying that the vehicles in Dune Awakening are like peak vehicles is that they've never played another game with vehicles in it. Like they have a sample size of 1, and that's why they think that way. They're following me. Ugh, leave me alone. Go away. Stop it.
Actually,
Oh no. Wait, is this accurate? Do you see this? So, you remember when they did the TFD milestone of like hitting 1 million pre-registrations? I guess we're here. If this is 1 million up here, oh no. Oh no. Are we not even gonna hit the first check? Oh no. Why did Nexon say 1 million pre-registrations for season 3? Who set that number? That is such an insane number. Goodness gracious, man. So I guess if this is 1 million and you follow this track, I guess this is where we are right now. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that each one is, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each one of these lines would be 200,000. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we're at 100,000 pre-registrations out of 1 million. So we're 10% of the way. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do they not realize that like even like game of the year candidates end up selling like 1 million copies? Like, do they really think that 1 million people are going to pre-register for season 3 of The First Descendant? That's crazy. That is so crazy. Wild. Wild animalistic behavior. I'm surprised they hit 100K. Yeah. 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 People are too protective of the games they're into. Like they make, yeah, I think that's it. It's just anytime you challenge something someone likes, they end up getting, there's an emotional response to that, right? And usually it's not like a logical thing, but I you disagree with me, therefore you haven't really played the game. There is no universe where other people have different opinions than me. So the only way my cognitive dissonance can collect this idea is that if someone has a different opinion than me, they must be wrong or they didn't experience things enough. That's the answer. Otherwise, everyone would converge to agreeing with me. Craziness. Anyways, that's it for me today, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. And I will see you guys on the flippity flip. Have a good evening. 07s, cheerio. Peace out.